Hi, David, are you there?
Wait, sorry, I was muted. Yes, I am here.
So I have a question for you. I was trying to load the new background that we were given,
Hmm.
and I thought I had it all set up and it's not appearing in Zoom. So do you know where the settings button is? I'm not seeing it on the screen.
It should be a pull down from your video from the camera icon.
Let me see. Pull down. Let's see. There we go. Choose virtual. Let's see. Okay, let me work on this. Thank you.
Okay, let me know now. Then I'll double check your background for you.
Okay, I think I got it.
Yes, you do.
And I'm not backwards either. That's
And you're not
amazing.
backwards. Yeah, you're good to go.
Great, thank you.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Okay.
Hi, Tushar.
Hey, David.
Hey, okay, I can hear you. I can see you. Your logo is perfect, and you're good to go.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. See you in a bit.
See ya.
Hi, Gurdeep.
Hey, Gillig.
You're good to go too.
Thanks.
Yeah. Bye. Hello, David.
Hello.
Hello. Great.
You are not on my AirPods. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that.
Okay. I can hear you just fine. So
Can you hear me now?
yes,
Aha, it is working.
it is. I hear you loud and clear, and your video is good, and your background is perfect.
Perfect. See you in a few.
See you in a bit.
Hi, David.
Hello, Rogerio.
How are you?
Good. I sent you an email earlier. Did you get it?
Haven't yet.
Okay, it was just a very minor thing. Since we no longer have Lynn, we were wondering if either you or Michael Lombardi could present the design review subcommittee reports.
For both projects.
Yeah,
I haven't prepared anything.
right. I know it was a last minute thing. Stacy contacted me really late in the day today regarding that, like right before 6 o'clock. So
I was going to ask for that too, so I'm glad that somebody
do I
asked.
do you just want me to read what's in the staff report?
you can do that, or whatever you remember, like the highlights from the meeting. And
I mean,
that's-
those were like each 4-hour meetings. So there was a lot there.
yeah, I mean, if you still have the memo, you can just go through and touch, hit the highlighted points if you want.
Yeah, I have the staff report obviously in front of me, and I've read through all the subcommittee information. So
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, I also asked Michael if he could do it, so he may be prepared for it. So we'll figure that out when that time comes.
great, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. There we are. Hi, Michael. Oh, you're muted.
Hi, David.
There you
Thanks.
go.
How
Yeah.
are you?
Good. I can hear you. I can see you. Your logo is good. I'm gonna really quick. I just talked to Rogerio about this. I sent you an email. Did you happen to get it? It came really late.
I don't know if I did. I've got a couple
Oh.
of emails.
Okay.
Which one are you referring to?
The one regarding the design review subcommittee reports
Yes,
tonight.
I saw that one.
Okay, I've talked to Rogerio. I mean, he's, it's such short notice. No, neither one of you, could be prepared for it. He said he could read his notes off of the staff report for, like, hit the
Sure.
highlights. So, I mean, if you're available or if you already have something prepared, you can, feel free to jump in for that.
To add in. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and that was it.
Okay.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
David, can you hear me?
Ken, and let me see if I can see
Okay, I'm gonna
you.
change. Yeah, I need to change my background.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you are. Okay,
One second.
gotcha.
Yeah, I need to change my background to Pride. All right, I'll do that in just a second. I will ask for your, okay, one
Will
second.
do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
David, on my right side.
Yes, you're perfect.
Thank you.
Good to go. See you in a couple of minutes. You're muted.
Am I good? Everything okay here?
Now you're good. Yes. Good
Great,
to go.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Chair, it is 6:30. I've gotten confirmation from our live streaming services that everything is a go on that end. So whenever you're ready to call the meeting to order.
Excellent. Thank you. I will go ahead and do that. Looks like we have everybody here on commission who is supposed to be here. So good evening, everyone. I am calling to order this meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. This is a regularly scheduled meeting. It is Thursday, June 2nd, and it is 6:30 promptly. I'm going to go ahead and read the script for our virtual meeting. In an effort to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19 coronavirus, AB 361 has authorized public meetings to take place via teleconference because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing. This Planning Commission meeting is being conducted by a teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission secretaries should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the Planning Commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, meeting ID 860-6863-4454, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options and a guide to troubleshoot your connection. If you continue to experience difficulties, you can also call 323-848-3151. I'm also going to read our city's land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood Planning Commission acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Geech peoples. With that, we will dive right in. I think I may have asked Commissioner Dutta to do the Pledge of Allegiance last time. My memory might be failing me. But Commissioner Dutta, because it is your last meeting with us, I believe, would you be able to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Yes, absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. David, can you please go ahead and call roll?
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner. Commissioner Lombardi.
Here.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Here.
Commissioner Dutta.
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Here.
Chair Jones.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 4 is approval of the agenda. Do I have any requests or motions for changes, or can we move the agenda as it is currently written?
I move approval.
Do I have a second? Great. Commissioner Gregoire, followed by a second from Vice Chair Thomas. Thank you. David, do you want to call roll on that?
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta.
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the approval and the agenda is approved as presented for June 2nd, 2022.
Great, thank you. Next up is the approval of our minutes. Of course, my computer is being really slow and I don't want it to be. Do I have any requests for changes to the minutes from our meeting of May 19th? Or I have a motion to? Commissioner Dutta?
I had one quick change to be made. Item 17A, Commissioner comments. It mentions that I had stated I was a assistant building consultant for the project on Detroit Street. It should say sustainability consultant. I might have mumbled at that point, but yes, if you can make that change, that would be great.
Oh, confirmed, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other requests for changes? Or can we move with Commissioner Dada's change? Do I have a motion?
I move approval as amended.
I'll second.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners Gregoire and Lombardi. David, can you please call the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Dada,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the minutes for May 19th, 2022 are approved as amended.
Great. Thank you. Item 6 is public comment. David, do we have any public speakers at this time?
I received one request for this public comment section. Let me ask if anybody is on the platform with us. On the Zoom platform, just use the raised hand feature and I'll call on you. You have 3 minutes. If you're calling in on the phone, just *9 for me at this time. That'll let me know you'd like to speak under general public comments. Our first public speaker will be Genevieve Morrow. Hi, Genevieve, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Good evening, commissioners and Chair Jones. I just wanted to say happy Pride to everyone. It's exciting that we're launching this weekend for our Pride. And I also just wanted to give you an update on a few things. We are, as you know, we're executive managers for the bids, and Sunset Strip is launching a roller skating rink up on the Sunset Strip for June, July, and August as part of Summer on Sunset to drive traffic into the businesses up there. And then we have State of the City on June 22nd. It's a breakfast program from 8:30 to 10:30 at the London Hotel. And I just wanted to let you know those updates, and thank you so much. Happy Pride.
Thank you, Genevieve. And I received one more request. Michael Wolkolevich, if you're on the platform with us, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go.
Good evening, Commission. Michael Wojtkiewicz. There's a price to pay for the wrong that we do. Ray Donovan, Season 1, Episode 4, Black Cadillac. Just as the ongoing and alarming rise in rate of both gun violence and mass shootings should meet the standards of declaring a public health crisis, the same should be found for the humanitarian crisis unfortunately allowed by politicians alike and their surrogates, which sit across boards and commissions, perhaps even this one tonight. That humanitarian crisis? Homelessness, of course. But then this is West Hollywood. And given the date of June 2nd, we are already 2 days into this thing we hope claims as pride. One city which preaches not only equality, but respect and support for people, responsiveness to the public, idealism, creativity and innovation, and quality of residential life. Pride? Really? Pride all the while actual human beings degrade outdoors as they struggle upon the streets and sidewalks both day and night? Pride? Well, in fairness, maybe there is an unknown agenda item tonight which addresses the humanitarian crisis ignored. After all, given the nature of planning, you all do deal with housing on a pretty consistent basis. Or perhaps the fact the recently approved 20 units for the unhoused scheduled for the old Holloway Motel should be viewed pridefully. But let's see. If completion comes 2 years from now in 2024, same year West Hollywood will proudly celebrate its 40th year as a city that translates into 20 units specifically for the homeless over a 40-year expanse. No need to hire an outside consultant. The math is rather basic. No mistaken calculation. The tabulation, a staggering 1/2 unit per year. But then wait. There's the Janet Whitkin Center over in Fairfax, which WeHo's Planning Commission approved, noting a targeted population 100% elderly with chronic homelessness history. Regrettably, Regrettably, recent stats finally given by city staff on the Whitkin Center indicate only a small fraction of those housed actually having prior history of chronic homelessness. So maybe pride should find itself from fact West Hollywood continues to ship its unhoused to the already and more overburdened San Fernando Valley for shelter purposes. In closing, if that billionaire running for mayor is correct in asserting the City of Angels made him into the person that he is today, then logic would stipulate the very same city, or even West Hollywood for that matter, has made any person found striving to survive while living upon asphalt and or concrete, materials often shown better care, into the unhoused person they are today, given the decisions again made by politicians both state and local, as well as governmental bodies such as yours. There is a price to pay based upon decisions made, even decisions made tonight.
Thank you, Michael. And Chair, I'm showing no other public speakers on this comment item.
Great, thank you. Item 7 is our director's report. Mr. Kehoe.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. John Kehoe, the Director of the Planning and Development Services Department. I have a couple of announcements and updates. So at the last City Council meeting, the Council did approve the zone text amendments related to the SB9 housing that the state directed towards us and the rest of California. And the City Council also approved our work plan for addressing housing element issues and asked us to go ahead and forward the housing element to the state. And we'll be doing that shortly so they can start to continue the review process on the housing element. There really isn't anything on the next City Council agenda. Then the last meeting in June is moved to June 27th. So that's a special meeting date. And that's when the city's budget will be discussed. So people may want to pay attention to that. Also, I want to thank and let everyone know on the Planning Commission know that Rachel Diamond has left the city of West Hollywood. She has taken a job as the assistant city manager for the city of Compton, and we really wish her well and thank her for all the great work she's done for the city over the last many years here. And then finally, I want to wish Commissioner Dutta well in his new adventures as he moves out of the city. And it's too bad we didn't get to have a planning commission meeting in person while you were on the commission. So I wish you well. And that's all I have for tonight.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kehoe, appreciate that. Item 8 is items from commissioners. Commissioner Dutta.
Thank you. I just wanted to, as Chair Jones mentioned, today is my last Planning Commission meeting. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to say it's been an honor and a privilege to be able to be on this commission and to serve with all of you. I want to thank the City Council for entrusting me with this responsibility, and city staff, John Kehoe and his entire staff, for all the amazing work that you do. Being a city planner was always my dream job. I think it still is after seeing all the work that you all do. So thank you for all the support over the past 13 months that I've been on this commission. And lastly, I want to thank all my fellow commissioners, in Lynn Hoopengarner included as well. I regret that we've been virtual this whole time. Given the times, you've all been amazing to work with. You all contributed individual skill set to this commission that together really combines really well. And the way we've solved problems, I'm really proud of all the work that we've been able to accomplish over the past 13 months. I will miss working with all of you. Hope we cross paths in some capacity. I'm moving to the city of Los Angeles, so I'm not going particularly far away, but thank you for all your support as well. And just lastly, I want to say I will really miss living in West Hollywood. I've lived here since a few months after I finished college, and I've not lived anywhere else. And so this will be a big change, but it'll be a huge loss for me not to be here anymore. So thank you and happy Pride.
Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. I know, Commissioner Gregoire.
Just want to wish everybody a happy Pride. Our first WeHo Pride this weekend. I hope to see everybody in the community out supporting that effort. We need to make it a good one, especially after two years of the pandemic. And just want to wish Commissioner Dutta well with the new place in the city of Los Angeles. And I too am sorry we never had an opportunity to meet at a commission meeting in person, but hopefully we will meet sometime in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you. I don't have anything prepared, but Commissioner Dutta, I do want to say it was an absolute pleasure working with you on the commission, and I feel a special connection as we started at the same time. And I think that your insight has been absolutely wonderful, and yeah, you're really going to be missed. And I'm sorry we didn't get to meet in person on the commission, but thank you for all of your contribution, and I do wish you the best. And pleased that you're not moving too far away. So hopefully we'll stay in touch.
Thank you, Commissioner Lombardi. Anyone else? Okay, if not, I'm going to go. You sure, Commissioners Caballero? Thomas, you don't have to say anything. I'm just, I do want to call out, just, I hope this isn't inappropriate, that Commissioner Dutta has to recuse from our second item this evening, I believe. Commissioner Dutta, that's correct. So if you'd like to say goodbye to him, this may be the time, because he will not be present for the second commissioner comments at the end. I will go ahead and speak. Commissioner Dutta, it's been such a pleasure working with you. I'm so sorry that we didn't ever get to meet in person, given the events of the last 2 years. You will be greatly missed. And I've said this before, but this is, as it's currently comprised, one of the most technically competent and talented planning commissions that I have served on since I've been on planning commission here in West Hollywood. So your presence will be felt. But I wish you all the best, and hopefully we'll run into you in your new neighborhood at some point. I also wanted to share that I had the pleasure of meeting Commissioner Lombardi in person, although it was not on purpose. We were both at LAX at the same time, and I texted him to say, "Are you at LAX right now? I think it's you." But it was really, really wonderful to finally meet him in person, albeit an unplanned meeting. So in any case, would anyone else like to speak at this time? No? All right, well then we will move things right along to item 9 is our consent calendar. Item 9A is capital improvements program for fiscal year 2023 to 2027. Again, this is an item for us to examine the capital improvements plan for consistency with the general plan for fiscal years 2023 to 2027. This is a consent item. Can staff and or legal advise as to whether they would like to give a staff report, or if we should approve this or consider it received and move on?
Isaac, I saw you unmute. Did you want to respond?
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. There's no staff report for this item, but I think staff is here if you have questions. I believe the agenda was adopted and this item was not pulled. So any in-depth conversation about it, I believe, would have to be on excluded consent. Is that correct, Isaac?
I think the commission could ask questions of staff and take a vote, but I would say if there's a significant substantive conversation, we'll pull it from consent.
Great, thank you very much for the clarification. To that end, does anyone have questions about this item? It sounds like no. So with that, do I need to motion on this? Can I make a motion to say that we've examined it? I
think you just approved the consent calendar.
Great. A motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Great, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. David, can you please call the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta.
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Abstain.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the consent calendar is approved, noting Commissioner Carvalero abstaining.
Great, thank you. All right, and with that, we will move into our first public hearing item. This is item 10A. This is 645 to 685 Robertson Boulevard, 648 to 654 Lapeer Drive, and 8954 Santa Monica Boulevard. This is also known as the Robertson Lane and Treehouse Project. I am going to kick this over to staff. I believe the esteemed Lori Yelton will be giving us her staff presentation this evening.
Good evening, Chair Jones and Commissioners. Before you tonight is a request for a major amendment to the previously approved Robertson Lane Hotel project and an expansion of the Robertson Lane specific plan to include an adjacent 2-story commercial project called the Treehouse Project. The Planning Commission is asked to provide a recommendation to the City Council regarding amendments to the general plan land use map to include the modified Robertson Lane Hotel project and the proposed Treehouse project within the Robertson Lane specific plan, an amendment to the zoning map and the zone text amendment to incorporate the Robertson Lane specific plan and accommodate design changes, amendments to the existing entitlements and new Treehouse project entitlements, amended public benefits package, and addendum to the final environmental impact report. The project contains 2 sites as proposed, the Robertson Lane Hotel site and the Treehouse project site. The combined project sites contain a total of 8 parcels and total approximately 2.27 acres. In 2019, the City Council approved the project, which included a 9-story multi-use building with 241 hotel rooms, as well as restaurant, nightclub, banquet, and retail uses. The project also consisted of dismantling, rehabilitating, and reassembling 55% of the factory building, a cultural resource. An environmental impact report was prepared and found to have no unavoidable significant impacts associated with the project. The City Council approved the changes to the zoning ordinance and zoning map to establish the Robertson Lane specific plan and approved a range and value of public benefit package associated with the project. In 2019, a minor amendment to the approved project was approved, which allowed a reconfiguration of the subterranean portions of the site and a reduction in the depth of the garage and excavation of the project site. There were no above ground changes to the project as approved through this minor amendment. Later in 2019, a major amendment was approved to include additional retention and rehabilitation of additional portions of the factory building to 79%, project refinements, an additional 6.5 feet in height to the hotel building to accommodate structural components, a reduction of 4 hotel rooms for a total of 237 guest rooms. The 750 parking spaces remained unchanged. An addendum to the environmental impact report was prepared and concluded that no additional mitigation measures were required as part of the project changes. The current modified project includes changes to the Robertson Lane specific plan to include the adjacent Treehouse commercial component, building design and programming changes, and a 200 parking space reduction. The specific plan would need to be modified to expand the Robertson Lane specific plan area to include the Treehouse project site, amend the specific plan language to allow an additional height of 4.5 feet to the Treehouse component, which would allow additional ceiling clearance within the restaurant kitchen area, allow parking and loading areas for both projects to be shared between sites within a subterranean parking garage below the Robertson Lane Hotel component, reduce the parking requirements from 750 spaces to 550 parking spaces, and allow parking to be shared between the 2 sites, which includes the additional 100 subsidized parking spaces to be leased as part of the public benefit package, and increase the allowed height on the hotel project site by 6.5 feet, which is consistent with the height increase already granted through the 2019 modification approval. The public benefit package remains unchanged from the originally approved project and includes a base transient occupancy tax revenue guarantee on the hotel project, which includes a benefit package commitment guarantee to the city over a 25-year period. Staff would like to make note in resolution PC 22-1466, condition 1.4, there was a typo with the year 2028 and it should say 2018, which was the year the original project was approved. So that change will be made. Staff would also like to note that in resolution PC 22-1464 included an attachment B, which contains the Robertson Lane specific plan amendment language, and it should be included in resolution number PC 22-1465 as attachment B. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lori. Does anyone on commission have any questions for staff at this time? Again, I want to note that these should be questions that should not betray any particular opinions. They should only be questions about what's contained in the staff report. Commissioner Thomas, sorry, Vice Chair Thomas.
It's okay. I just have one question. Has the city traffic engineer reviewed this project for visibility, triangles, parking, and loading?
He has, and I believe he's available tonight for questions, if you may have them.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had, Chair.
Great, thank you. I believe Commissioner Carvajal, I saw your hand as well.
Yes, thank you. Lori, we had a conversation yesterday, and I want to commend you and the people who have supported you in putting together such a great staff report. There are so many conditions to track, and there's so many items that have come up in PC and design review, and you have done a really good job of tying those issues that still seem somewhat unresolved or ongoing or developing to specific conditions. My concern or my question is, how do you plan on tracking these as they move through the process? Because there's still quite a bit ahead of us. And I'm just concerned that I don't want any of these things to fall through the cracks. So how do you do that?
So all the conditions that were placed on the project that are code required are already, code requirements, and they're things that we check through the building safety plan check process. So these are just things that were noted that were not included in the plans at this time. So we just made sure that we added conditions to for reassurance that those are items that will need to be reviewed and addressed and included in the plans during the process.
Yeah, I see them tangentially noted in all the plans. So you feel confident that they will be addressed fully as this package moves forward?
I do, yes.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you. Lori, the first question I have is about understanding the code as it pertains to sustainability. So I saw that there was note within the staff report and the resolutions about the project needing to meet LEED Gold requirements. But I just wanted to understand a little bit more because I believe that the West Hollywood Municipal Code section 19.20.060 makes a reference to LEED Platinum. I know there's been some history to this project. So wondering if you could just help me understand what would be required for this project and if there's a reason why it may be different than what's in the current West Hollywood Code.
So the applicant has agreed to provide a LEED Gold building. Previously, we had a point system for the green building system. We no longer have the point system, so we have included a condition in the resolution that states that the project must comply with the LEED Gold requirements. So we will make sure that that happens during the building safety plan check process. All the items that are in the plans, we'll make sure that all of that leads to the LEED Gold requirement.
Okay, and then do you have any thoughts on the reference to platinum within the LEED Platinum status within the West Hollywood Code? Where is that? Perhaps because I think there's also a note about or is agreed to by the director is authorized to modify that. I just want to understand what you feel may be required. I understand that the goal is gold as stated in all the documentation, but is there any reason why it should perhaps be platinum and not gold?
I believe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the platinum. It's my understanding that will have a elite gold rating. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about platinum. I can look into that and get back to you.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, if you could look into that. Sorry to put you on the spot. I know
No,
that
that's
we
okay.
didn't get to talk about that one yesterday, but it was something I just came across in digging a little bit deeper into this. Just want to make sure we understand what we feel the project is required to adhere to, and understanding that gold is what's been stated in the documentation, not platinum. Then the other question I have is just some clarification on the history, since there's a lot of history on this project with regards to parking. Maybe if you could help us understand with the reduction, I realize that there's 100 spots that are being offered as a public benefit in above and beyond the required number of parking spaces with the new code. However, the previous versions of this project, I believe, had more like 400 or so parking spaces above that requirement. If you could just help kind of clarify the difference in the excess number of parking spots between what was previously seen and what is currently in this project.
Oh, so the previous project and the two amendments, the originally approved project and the two amendments had a total of 750 parking spaces, which was above and beyond the required parking spaces, as well as the 100 subsidized parking spaces. I don't know the number offhand. I can look that up, but it was about an excess of 400 and some parking spaces. And it was my understanding that those were spaces that were to replace all of the surface parking that is currently on the site. When the applicant resubmitted the modified project, the parking count went down to 550 versus 750. So they have the code required parking spaces with the 100 subsidized spaces, and I think they have a few leftover spaces. So that number did go down 200. So there's, yeah.
Okay, that helps. So in addition to the code required spots and the 100 subsidized spots that were previously in the project and are currently in the project, there were more excess spots previously than we currently are seeing substantially.
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I jump in really fast and just clarify? There were more based on the shared parking, but based on code, it was parked to code plus the excess for the public benefit. At that time.
Sorry, could you clarify that again?
I think the applicant could probably clarify it better, but my understanding is in the 2018 version, it was parked to code plus the 100 public benefit parking spaces. But when there was a shared parking analysis performed, it said that in reality, we have our parking ratios and then we have the shared uses. Not everything is going to be utilized to the fullest extent at all times. So there are some overlaps of parking. And so a shared parking analysis looks at the actual demand throughout the day for different uses and then how that affects the actual parking that's built on the site. And in that case, that was, sorry. And in that case, that provided, a bigger cushion than the actual code required. But again, I think the applicant probably has those details right in front of them, and I don't have the 2018 details right in front of me at this point.
Thank you. I realize there's history in this as a complicated one, so I appreciate the input. Just wanted to kind of understand some of this as we lead into continued discussion.
Any other questions for staff at this time? All right, looks like not. I would like to ask one of the members of our design review subcommittee to give an overview. I probably should have done this right after the staff report, that's my bad. To give a quick overview of kind of a summary of what transpired at the design review subcommittee. A lot of this is included in the staff report that we received, and it's available to the public, but I would like to hear, the public would like to hear from you. I also apologize for not having flagged this earlier. Be patient with me as I become accustomed to being a chair again. Commissioner Carviero, Commissioner Lombardi, is one of you prepared to speak to this? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I would like to apologize. I like to be really prepared and review through my notes. And I have two sets of notes, and one of them is not with me at this exact moment. So bear with me, but perhaps Commissioner Cavallero can help fill in some gaps. And there's been a lot of history here. Also, I have some really good notes, I think, for the next item. So I'll try to make up for it in that one. But obviously, I know there will be discussion throughout our deliberations, and I'm happy to, address any questions that the commission has in terms of, what occurred during design review. So with that said, let me just kind of go through a couple of notes that I have here, and then if anyone wants to help fill in the blanks, which I guess would be Commissioner Cavallero, I would really appreciate that. So maybe just starting the Lapierre facade, I think we thought that was a success and really liked that aspect of the project. In general, I think we were pleased with the Paseo as well, although I think that there was a general note about level of detail and understanding the level of detail within the project and hoping that would advance. There may still be some questions around that. There was also some discussion about the art requirements and where that may be able to be applied to the project. And I realize that still may be in the works, but there was some discussion about perhaps looking at solid stucco portions of the facade and how that could be incorporated into some of the art components on the project. There was also a brief discussion about Santa Monica Boulevard and the idea of a protected bike lane, understanding that is really something that relates more to the city's overall plan, but there's definitely an opportunity there, something to think about in the context of this large development. Maybe jumping over to the treehouse, we really thought that live living plants were necessary for the success of this project. We thought that was really important throughout the project, including the tree, but also any green walls as well. And then there was also some discussion about better covering and shading treatment on the upper level of the treehouse as well. And that was something that we looked at and thought would be important. So that's sort of some high level notes, but I would appreciate any assistance, Commissioner Cavallero, if you have more to add to that.
I mean, the other thing that we spent a long time talking about was the queuing for that nightclub along Santa Monica Boulevard and trying to improve parking and how convoluted it felt. And we also talked about trying to connect the now office building more to the park by having those open spaces be more indoor outdoor. So I noticed that in the plans currently they don't have that, but we spent quite a bit of time talking about that too. I think you got all the high points.
Thanks for your help.
Great. Thank you. And I want to extend my apologies to you both for not having surfaced this in advance of an hour before the meeting. So that's my bad. And I, again, will endeavor to remind folks about this going forward, because I do think it's a great practice for us to be able to hear from members of the design review subcommittees of which they're a part, just to give everybody kind of a refresher. With that being said, I'd like to move into disclosures. Do we have any disclosures this evening? Commissioner Caballero?
Yeah, I spoke with Jake Stevens yesterday, the applicant's representative, about items in the staff report.
Thank you. Commissioner Dutta?
I had a Zoom call with the applicant's representative and we discussed matters included on the staff report.
Anyone else? Commissioner Thomas? Vice Chair Thomas? It's going to take me a while. I'm sorry.
I met with the applicant and everything we discussed was included in the staff report.
Great, thank you. The applicant did reach out to me to take a meeting, but I was not able to take a meeting with them this week, so did not speak with them about the project. And with that, I will toss this over to the applicant, Faring. I believe Jake Stevens will be giving the presentation tonight. I would, in consensus with the rest of the Planning Commission, there has been a request for the applicant to have a slightly extended presentation. Typical presentation time is 10 minutes. The applicant has requested 5 to 10 additional minutes. We at our discretion are allowed to grant or not grant that request. I would like to come to a consensus about what the commission feels comfortable with this evening before moving forward.
Okay with me.
Fine by me.
Here, fine.
If I may, I'd like to recommend, oh, Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
How many minutes are we allowing?
I'd like to move for 5 or less, but
I would be okay
Support
with 5.
that.
I think we do a head nod. I think that's okay. Everybody okay? Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not making a decision all on my own. With that being said, Mr. Stevens, you will have 15 minutes for your initial presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we'll try and keep it tight to 15, but we'll have some parking and public benefits answers at the end based on comments that we heard. So we'll kick it off. So good evening, commissioners. I'm Jake Stevens, resident of Los Angeles, here on behalf of Faring, your only homegrown team of West Hollywood builders. I'm joined by Michael Stromer, our project architect at HKS, and DJ Moore, our project counsel at Latham & Watkins. Slide, please. So why are we here? We're back tonight to present to you Robertson Lane in its final, fully evolved form, most notably including the treehouse, the trophy corner at Santa Monica and Robertson Boulevards that truly completes this project campus. We're also here because COVID has changed the realities in our personal lives as well as the hotel market. And there's frankly no longer demand or viability for a 240-room hotel as previously approved. The currently designed 123-room hotel we have includes special amenities, the largest ballroom space in the city of West Hollywood, and will be packaged with a first in history TOT guarantee. It is a product in high demand, and we have hotel operators ready to go. Before I ask Michael to walk us through an animation, I wanted to give a special thank you to our project partners who have all formally endorsed the project, including the Los Angeles Conservancy, the West Hollywood West Residents Association, the Norma Triangle Neighborhood Watch, and the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance. So Michael, please take us through the animation.
Thanks, Jake. Starting with an aerial view from Robertson Boulevard, coming down into the lane with a view of the factory building to the left. Continuing down the lane along the retail facades, stopping at the specimen tree. Continuing down the retail lane, notice the variation of facades, transparency with glazing, and then stopping at the hotel entrance on Lapeer. Coming out onto Lapeer, a good overview of the project, displaying the hotel basket weave curtain wall spanning over the lane with the hotel lobby and lounge space at level 2. Swinging around on Lapeer, notice the porte cochere, which will be the point of entry for hotel guests arriving to the project. Then we'll come around past the Heritage Auto space onto Santa Monica Boulevard. Looking back at the project, notice the separation between the hotel tower and the office facade. Stopping at the pavilion's location, that you can see a great overview of the project, including the trade house in the foreground. And now we swing around to the corner of Santa Monica and Robertson, coming back down Robertson with the variation of retail facades and the setback of the office tower with the factory building on the left. Continue down Robertson to the south end of the project, displaying the entrance into the meeting space and the Studio One facade at level 2. And then back to the park is a great overview of the project, displaying the office building in the center, treehouse on the right, and the factory on the left.
Thank you so much for that, Michael. So if we could go back to the next slide. the aerial. Thank you, Commissioner Lombardi, for catching that. We are a LEED Gold equivalent project, and that is the goal throughout. We've stuffed it with plantings, and we've got milkweed and biome wherever we could fit it within the project. And we always keep that beloved factory building front and center right on Robertson. So to recap, the main changes to the project are splitting the former hotel structure into 2 towers. We've made lots of improvements to the lane, gathering spaces, specimen trees to encourage that kind of promenade feel. And most notably, we've retained that signature basket weave element on the hotel that we developed in concert with our commissioners and city council during the last approval. So this is now a view of the Lapeer facade, that basket weave we were talking about, demonstrating the rich materiality, brass, limestones, and make it very, very inviting. Commissioner Caballero, I know we talked about that rooftop enclosure, but that will be fully designed and kitted out by the hotel operator when they design a comprehensive program for the property. This is a close-up view of the porte cochere, the drop-off to the hotel lobby. And now we're going to continue through the lane to the south side of the hotel entrance. So you see how we've worked with the fire department. You see our little fire department connections, even our curbing. We've gone through the paces with public safety and fire department and public works to make sure you're going to get exactly what we're showing you in these drawings today. So again, looking east through the lane, you see our activity related to the office entry, and you see the kiosks and how we're really going to make this a festival street that connects to West Hollywood Park. You see the variation in retail storefronts, so it really truly does feel like a campus and not just one massive building, and that office lobby that's going to drive day and night activation on the lane. At the request of commissioners, we've included things like this specimen olive tree and the seating element to create more respite for pedestrians, gathering spaces, and it really stitches the project together with these olive trees at the northernmost corners of Santa Monica and Robertson and throughout the rest of the project. At the north end of the factory, you see our coffee shop and retail activation under the historic building, giving it a second life and really making it the centerpiece of activity. And now you look at the southern entrance of the project with the historic Studio One entrance and awning, tribute display, and a viewing platform. We know that was something important to the city. So that beautiful historic platform gives you amazing views into the Robertson Gardens, part of West Hollywood Park. Swinging out into the middle of Robertson Boulevard, looking north, you see how far set back that office facade is from the street, over 50 feet, and how we've terraced and scaled down with viewing opportunities, operable windows, and indoor-outdoor space as it faces the park. We pull back now, we have a view straight from the park. You really see the Robertson frontage and how the factory building remains a focal point at the very property line, something that all pedestrians are going to interact with. We have another couple views that demonstrate how we've separated that massing, giving the project a real campus feel. You can see the section that we chopped out from the middle of the hotel structure. They're highlighted in yellow. And that also had other project benefits, including the north facades on Santa Monica Boulevard that used to have a big elevator core and a stone element right in the middle, which we've been able to wrap with glass and planted terraces. Quickly onto the treehouse. So we were able to acquire Hamburger Haven, Bossa Nova, and the cigarette store on Santa Monica Boulevard right before COVID hit. And we're pleased to bring you this transformational project to a trophy corner that our city truly deserves. So it's going to be a program that includes dining on the 2 above ground levels, nightclub underground. We have our live coastal oak, specimen trees, and consolidated open space for dining all on both sides of the project, including, you see right here front and center, the Robertson dining tenant with street front tables, umbrellas, activity. We really want to make the pedestrian experience feel connected to the project and integrated throughout. A view of the Santa Monica Boulevard frontage. We've wrapped the transformer at the westernmost part of the project to really look like it's part of the nightclub entrance and not an afterthought, that it's fully designed and integrated into the project. And then we'll continue with the view from the pavilions across the street, but you can really see the porosity, the visual permeability of the project between buildings, between columns, even at the ground floor level. It's very visible all the way throughout about what's going on. So I just wanted to end on this glamour shot. This is the nighttime, very glamorous image that everybody's going to stick with from their experience in West Hollywood. Commissioner Lombardi, thank you for your uplighting suggestions on the stairs and the feathering and the specimen tree at the corner. We feel that's really successful. Speaking of trees, I wanted to give our project landscape architect a brief moment to speak about the specimen tree on the terrace level that is such a signature part of the treehouse project. Kyle?
Yes, I'm Kyle Fidelke with OJV Landscape Architecture, and the tree that we've selected is a coastal live oak. This would be a machine dug, field grown specimen that would be brought in. We've designed a planter that is structurally reinforced up on the second level that this tree would sit in with ample room to expand and grow. We've also taken the liberty of making sure that this tree can stay in place in the event of a storm or wind, high winds, by actually anchoring the root ball and the tree structure to the structural components of the building itself. Next. We've really taken strong pride in trying to make sure that this project is green. We've looked at ways of making sure that we use sturdy and very resilient plants in a high touch, high retail environment, but also making sure that we fold in color, fragrance, and a lot of the tactile qualities of plants, and then also making sure that we use a variety of natives in various areas, and also including the monarch butterfly garden, which we've specified plants that are good for pollinators as well as monarch butterflies itself. These are some of the images. A lot of these are we do have a number of vines and herbs and other sorts of tactile plants, and we want to make sure that that the fragrance and that the visibility of these plants are something that's key and inviting to this project.
Very good. Thank you, Kyle. Now we'll go to our project counsel, DJ Moore from Latham & Watkins, to talk a bit about our project circulation and parking.
Good evening. You have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, David.
Goodbye.
Good evening, commissioners. DJ Moore. I want to briefly touch on a few topics that I know there will be some questions about later. First, regarding parking and circulation, it's important to remember this is a very large project and a lot of thought and has gone into parking and circulation design over the years, and we've worked very closely with city staff to achieve a functional design. There are 4 separate driveways located around the site, which meets planning's goals of avoiding large unactivated driveway spaces at the street frontage. There are ingress and egress driveways on both Robertson and Lapeer. Next slide, please. The Lapeer slide has a hotel-focused valet and 4 dedicated street spaces. On Robertson, during the day, all cars will enter the parking garage and use a valet on the B2 level. This is for office users, for restaurants, for retail customers. Then in the evening, there will be a valet on the street on both Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard with 4 shared valet rides drop-offs on each street, in addition to the valet on B2, which is where attendees of ballroom events will be directed. All of this helps ensure traffic dispersion around the site. It avoids queuing, avoids backups and congestion on city streets. Next slide, please. The project parking garage has been reduced as well to 550 parking stalls in the valet operated parking garage. This is a result of the same issue that the Planning Commission dealt with on the Arts Club project just several weeks ago. The fire department is now prohibiting the use of parking stackers over drive aisles, which is how this project was designed. So the parking layout that the city approved in 2019 no longer worked, and we had to reconfigure the garage. And in response to staff comments, we've removed any aisle parking spaces that blocked tandem parking. So there are no longer any triple tandem parking spaces in the garage. Even with this reduction, the garage more than satisfies code requirements. The project has a shared parking study that shows at least 150 parking spaces will be available for the general public in the garage during peak parking demand on weekday and weekend evenings, plus the 100 public benefit parking spaces that Commissioner Lombardi and staff discussed earlier. So that's 250 extra spaces for the public. Most of the major projects on Sunset use shared parking studies just like this to justify parking reductions. This project is not seeking a parking reduction from the shared parking study. It is only being provided to show that there is substantial excess capacity available in this garage for public use. Next slide, please. Lori mentioned the primary reason that there's a specific plan amendment on this project is to incorporate the treehouse site into the specific plan and to allow for a subterranean connection between the 2 buildings. Since we're amending the specific plan, we're also including the height increase in the specific plan that this commission approved as a modification in 2019. We're not proposing any additional height beyond the maximum that the Planning Commission previously approved. Next slide, please. Finally, even though the city has rerun the public benefits analysis and confirmed that if calculated today, the public benefit would be lower than what it was when the project was approved in 2018, Faring has committed to the same $9.2 million in public benefits it previously proposed. In addition, while transit occupancy tax from the hotel was relevant to the city's consideration of this project, it was never part of the public benefit calculation. However, to resolve concerns that we've heard that the city might lose TOT from the reduction in hotel rooms, Faring is agreeing to a first of its kind TOT guarantee for this project. It's over $60 million that Faring is committing that the city will receive from this project, regardless of future pandemics or other market downturns. And it doesn't rely on any speculative estimates of future potential hotel demand. It's a firm number. No other hotel project in this city has ever agreed to such a guarantee. And Faring is confident that this project, as redesigned, will be a success. And that's why they've made this milestone commitment to the city. One last point, just to respond to Commissioner Lombardi's question from earlier, section 19.20.060 in the code, that provision doesn't apply because we're not seeking a new specific plan. We don't have a development agreement, and the density is less than what the specific plan allows, which is why the platinum requirement doesn't apply. We want to thank you all very much for your consideration this evening. Jake and I and our technical team are all here to answer questions that you may have, and we respectfully request that the commission recommend approval of the revised project to the City Council consistent with the staff report's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens and Mr. Moore. Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Actually, is this the time that I want to do this? I want to actually do this after rebuttal. So with that being said, let's move into public comment. David, do you know how many speakers we have tonight who have asked to speak on this item?
I only have a couple.
Okay, so let's give everybody 3 minutes. I'd like to give everyone 3 minutes if possible.
Okay.
Let's move into public comment, and then after that, the applicant will have 5 minutes, and then we will have questions for the applicant from commission.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If there is anybody, before we start the public comments, if there is anybody on the Zoom platform with us that would like to speak on this item, use the raise hand feature. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak. If there's anybody calling in, listening to us, that would like to speak on this item, hit *9 for me, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak on that. Our first public speaker will be Genevieve Morrow, and Genevieve will be followed by Brian.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, and I also serve as the Executive Director for the West Hollywood Design District. This is a remarkable project, and it has been from the beginning, but it just gets better and better. The Robertson Lane Hotel is beautifully designed and will be an important part of the dynamic local economy in the West Hollywood Design District. This is a brilliant development, and a lot has happened in the past few years, and this developer, Faring, has smartly seen fit to come back to you for these amendments. Hospitality markets have shifted, especially hotels and restaurants, and while there's a lot of a saturation of hotels right now, I think they've smartly reduced that. The addition of creative office space to the offices. The office space is not dead. It's a terrific improvement, and that will drive daytime activity and dining to the entire district, bringing new business to surrounding establishments. We need a diverse range of businesses in the design district, and Robertson Lane will become a new hub of activity in the area. People are using shared rides and other mobility options more often now, especially in out-of-town hotel guests. And so there's much less use of parking. I believe there'll be actually more excessive parking than what they even determine. We need facilities to host premier events right here in our city, and Robertson Lane will deliver the city's largest ballroom space, contiguous ballroom space. The problem is hotels and developers always say they're going to have 10,000 feet of space, and then they cut it up. And what we end up with is the same 4,000 square feet, only holding about 250 people for a sit-down dinner. And for a nonprofit to have tenting, it's another $40,000. So this space gives us twice that amount, an ability to seat 500 people. And this city is a hub for events such as this. Robertson Lane will give the city the kind of trophy corner we deserve at Santa Monica and Robertson. And the treehouse is stunning and will be an icon marking the western end of the Rainbow Entertainment District. We really appreciate the good work staff and this commission has done for WeHo, and we encourage you to make another smart decision in approving the Robertson Lane and the Treehouse project. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker will be Brian. Brian will be followed by Eric Van Breen. Go ahead, Brian, you can unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, commissioners. Thanks for letting me speak. I was happy to lend my support to the prior design that City Council already approved, but it's clear to me that the updated design is a terrific improvement. Turning the former Bossa Nova and Hamburger Haven buildings with the former cigarette store into the Treehouse truly completes the Robertson Lane campus. It will deliver the kind of iconic landmark this important corner in the Entertainment Rainbow District deserves. I'm glad to see that the historic factory building Studio One will still be reassembled on the Robertson Boulevard as promised. The factory is really the centerpiece of the project, and this updated project design deserves your approval. I appreciate that Faring has also split the former hotel building up, making the project more reasonable in scale and less visually imposing. I think the addition of creative office space to the campus will help maintain day and night activation in the entire design district. Located directly across from the new Robertson Gardens in West Hollywood Park, the Paseo Lane in the project will draw activity and visibility oriented toward pedestrian experience. It will truly transform one of the most prominent commercial blocks in our entire city. I can't wait to have lunch at the new street level restaurant at the corner of Robertson and Santa Monica. With the massive live tree Faring will install on the terrace of the corner, there is no doubt the Treehouse will quickly become a landmark feature at a trophy corner at the west end of the entertainment district. This project was mostly already approved and supported by so many in our community. It has only been improved. The Planning Commission should approve the Robertson Lane project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Our next speaker will be Eric Van Breen, followed by Lloyd Coleman, who will be our last speaker. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, please let me know, raised hand or *9. Thank you. Go ahead, Eric, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. Eric Van Breen from the Los Angeles Conservancy. The Conservancy continues to support the Robertson Lane project with its recent modifications that include the Treehouse plan. We are pleased with the project and recognize Faring's dedication to preserving the historic factory building in Studio One through a win-win outcome whereby new development is sensitively paired with preservation. The Conservancy sees this project as one that may serve as an example for future adaptive reuse projects, not only in West Hollywood, but throughout Los Angeles County. Additionally, the project has a real opportunity to celebrate the site's important early West Hollywood and LGBTQ heritage and educate the public for generations to come. Again, the Conservancy supports the Robertson Lane project as presented and encourages the commission to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And our final speaker will be Lloyd Coleman. Lloyd, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Lloyd Coleman. I'm returning resident to West Hollywood. I've been a part of the West Hollywood community since 1978, and I've seen the city grow and the history of the city from before and through the AIDS pandemic into the COVID pandemic, all of the building that's gone on. I want you to know that I'm glad I've survived all of this. I'm still in my 60s and I plan to be here a lot longer, but I want to implore you to move this project forward. I've witnessed the project from the beginning and see it change and grow and take the public comment to heart. I also want you to know that I'm the producer of Studio One Forever. It's a documentary that will tell the whole story about Studio One and the factory building and that whole neighborhood from the 1920s. In doing this project over the past 3 years of this film, I've learned so much about what this means to the people of West Hollywood. Having been a business person in West Hollywood, I know what this project will mean to the future of the city. I used to work with Ashkenazi and the buildings that they built. I used to work at Studio One as a producer of live shows there. And I've seen the neighborhood change and grow and change and grow. But I've been a part of its history, and I know for those of you who may be new to the city or newer than myself, this place and this corner will be, I do believe, the shining light of the city of West Hollywood. It will be the place that people remember, that it will be the destination in West Hollywood. And West Hollywood has already become a major destination for filmmaking, for industry, for entertainment. But this building is so well thought out. It's so well planned. It's going to be the shining light of the city. And I implore you to approve it. And thanks for listening to me.
And thank you, Lloyd. And Chair, Lloyd is our last public speaker.
Great, thank you. The applicant has 5 minutes for a rebuttal. I think there's much to rebut, but you're welcome to the time should you wish to have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just wanted to reiterate our gratitude to our community partners, to the Conservancy, to the National Trust for Historic Places, and everybody that has contributed to getting this project here today. It has truly been a collaborative effort, and we couldn't have done it without people like Lloyd Coleman, who are producing the shows in the Studio One space in the 80s and gave us that kind of tactile, real connection between that history and the future of what the factory building will mean for the community of West Hollywood and LGBT history writ large. Thank you so much for your generous consideration.
Thank you. Does anyone on commission have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Caballero.
Jake, in our conversation yesterday, you were in the car and we didn't have a chance to look at the diagram, the parking diagram. And I was wondering if you could walk us through the parking diagram, because I would like to understand how you will differentiate hospitality parking from retail parking, from public benefits parking. If it's all one platform, how do you, like, say public benefits is 3 hours free, you know, how do they know where to park? How do you designate that differently from other people who are parking in the area? That's the one thing that's still not clear to me.
Thank you, Commissioner. God bless professional valets is the first thing I'll say, but I'll let DJ walk you through it as our architect. He's going to share his screen again and show you that diagram so we can walk you through it in a bit more detail. Just bear with us 1 second.
And while that's coming up, I think one of the most important things to understand, Commissioner, is the public benefit parking and what it is intended to do. So the purpose of the public benefit parking is really to replace the parking that was available to neighborhood businesses at King Valet on Robertson, you know, as it existed today. It still exists today for the time being. And so the point was to provide lower cost spaces to area businesses as part of a lease. So instead of thinking about it as that there might be 3 hours for a public benefit space, those spaces are all going to be leased to you know, area businesses to use. And so those individuals will have, you know, key card access into the parking garage and will, you know, obviously utilize the valet system just like everybody else. But all of the parking is intermingled and operated by the valet. So there isn't going to be designated spaces for any particular user type. Obviously, the valets, once they start operating, they're going to start to understand, you know, how the office users come in and where it is most convenient to park the office users versus the restaurant users who are going to be there for less or shorter periods of time during the day. You know, whereas you've got office users who are, if they're there from 9 to 5, they may be parked, you know, in a corner where the parking space might be less accessible, or they might be parked on the second level of one of the stackers to ensure that, you know, the user types that are more frequently in and out will be able to be accessed more easily by the valets. So that I want to explain that just as a baseline to understand how it works. And going through the levels, here we are right now. This is at the B1 level. And so if you come in, you can see there where the cursor is on the left side. That's the blue arrow going down from Robertson. That is the entry point into the parking garage from Robertson. This level is more relevant for the hotel side because the hotel actually does have parking on the B1 level. So Michael, if you can move the cursor over to the hotel side, you'll see that pink arrow coming down from the left is the entrance. No,
Sorry, we have a little bit of a lag. So
yeah, there we
just
go.
bear with us.
Okay, that's coming up from below. Coming down from above. Yeah, into that B1 parking level, and then that a car that has come down could go back up where that blue arrow is to the surface, or can go into one of these parking spaces on this level, or down into the lower level to the B2 and the B3 level. So that, let me pause here for a second because I do want to make sure that I answer questions on each level. I know it's complicated. So if you have any questions on this B1 level, let's stop here for a second so we can answer them.
I'm following.
Okay, great. So now we'll move down to the B2 level. And here's the ramp that comes down into the B2 level. And, for the hotel valets, there would obviously be a number of spaces where they could park those hotel users' vehicles. Then moving down to the Robertson side, you'll see the blue arrow coming down from the Robertson entry. And this takes you to the valet station, which is right there. And there's a big valet waiting area as well. And that's where users who are entering from Robertson will drop their cars. And then the valets will be able to take those cars down, following the pink arrows, into the B3 level, or use these parking spaces if they're available on this floor. And the blue arrow is how they exit from this floor as well, back up to Robertson Boulevard. So I'll pause there again and see if there are any questions here related to the B2 level. Actually, the one thing I will note, you'll see the ADA accessible spaces are all there on the bottom, right there next to the valet waiting area, right by the valet offices.
So where the truck unloading is that blue area just right above the cursor, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're expecting anything that's going to the treehouse will unload at that location and go through this building, through the doors and into the next building.
Correct.
That is correct.
And there's a designated path. Okay.
Yes,
that's the corridor Michael's trying to walk you through with the cursor right there.
Yeah, I get it.
Cool.
So I guess it might have been my missed or incorrect assumption. In the staff report, for some reason, I recall them mentioning that there's parking in this structure, part of the public benefits, that is similar to the parking structure near the library where you can park 2 hours for free. But that's not the case, then it sounds like.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the council's basis for the public benefit. The council's focus on the public benefit when the project was approved in 2018 was to really give area businesses that don't have their own parking an opportunity for employees to be able to park at reduced rates, similar to the leases that the city gives to area businesses in the parking garage in the park.
And the way we got to that number, Commissioner, was because the King Valley surface parking lot that is heavily utilized by these regional businesses here had 92 stripe spaces. So we wanted to make sure at least 1 for 1 plus a little bit. Director Kehoe has implored us that the city's overriding consideration was the availability of those spots to make sure these businesses remain viable and have spaces for their employees.
Right. I mean, I get it now. I had that incorrect assumption about the 2 hour free or something like the parking near the library kind of led me in a different path.
Understood.
So, Jake, you and I also discussed that our city engineer, and Lori, have you reviewed these plans with them, and everybody is in agreement that this is viable and will work and is developable?
as per Commissioner Thomas or Vice Chair Thomas's question, yes, we've met with Mr. Garland, traffic engineer. We reviewed visibility triangles, loading, parking circulation, everything under his technical purview, and it all checked out. And I would just remind that we will have a very detailed parking and valet operations plan that will be approved by Building and Safety and Public Works prior to the issuance of a C of O.
And no unloading on Santa Monica, Robertson, or Lapeer, ever.
Specifically conditioned to prevent that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Dudek, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to compare the depth of the subterranean levels with this current iteration of the project compared to the 2018. I believe with this current one, you have 3 levels that go down 48 feet. Do you have the 2018 depth available? Just to do a comparison, because I know that there were 6 levels there, but
yeah,
double.
We could get that for you, Commissioner, but it was substantially more excavation, substantially more dewatering,
truck trips
and truck trips, and so when the city viewed the change in 2019, when we reduced the floors, I think it was from 5 to 3,
correct,
as a positive change from an environmental perspective.
We briefly talked about this yesterday with the Lapeer entrance, but can you explain just one more time because I think one of the renderings shows 2 cars kind of sitting in the entrance. Is that entrance going to be closed off with the garage or something that only valets are going to be able to enter so no one just accidentally goes down that side?
That's correct. And then there'll be signage noting that it's valet and that you have to stop and that you can't enter the garage. But there are essentially 4 on-site spaces right there, 2 wide, just as you noted from the rendering, where the valet from the hotel will be able to operate.
Okay. And then you just shown the ADA spaces on B2. Can you just explain how that works? When somebody pulls into B2, are they parking in those spaces themselves? Because I know that there are some perpendicular spaces right behind those.
Yes.
Well, let us pull up the diagram too. One second, Commissioner. There we are.
Okay. So those spaces are located right essentially at the valet drop-off point. So obviously individuals who need to, drive their own ADA vehicles into their ADA spaces will have the opportunity to do that. We'll be able to inform the valet that they need to drive them into the ADA spaces, and they would be able to do that. Those spaces that are identified there in front of the ADA spaces are really identified as overflow spaces for the valet, right? We're assuming and we're identifying spaces that the valet will certainly use for staging at times when we're experiencing peak parking demand in this building. But at other times, we wouldn't expect those spaces to be utilized. And as I noted earlier, the shared parking analysis that was performed shows that there's going to be 150 excess parking spaces in this parking garage. So, other than valet staging, we don't anticipate that these spaces are going to be filled to the gills, except on the most extreme circumstances, Oscar night or something like that, where you're really dealing with an out of the ordinary special event.
Okay, thank you. And then I know the original parking requirement was 750. It's now gone down to 550, which are both nice round numbers. When it comes to the maximum number of spaces that you've been able to get from these 3 subterranean levels, including all the stackers and removing any stackers that were in the drive aisles, have you exhausted all opportunities to put stackers where they are allowed to be to get to that number? Are there still opportunities to add more? I think just understanding how we got to 550 exactly would be helpful.
Yeah. And so, obviously it's not an exact science. So one of the conditions that's actually in the staff report is the removal of 2 of the aisle spaces that were too close to the ramps because staff thought that the location of those aisle spaces was unsafe. And so our plan is to identify 2 additional stacker areas where we could add stackers to achieve that 550. There's a little flexibility in a few locations where we might be able to add some stackers, but we're talking about it on a scale of 5 to 10 spaces, not a large magnitude of additional spaces could be achieved with additional stackers.
Okay. All right, that's my last question for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gregoire, please go ahead.
Most of my questions have been answered already. I just wanted you to comment. I wanted you to comment on the 50% reduction in the hotel occupancy. Obviously, we want this project to be successful. Obviously, I support the reduction if the applicant believes their hotel project could be successful with a 50% reduction. But I just wanted you to comment on the thinking behind the reduction, such a drastic reduction, and why that makes the project more viable.
Yeah, I mean, as we all saw during COVID, hotels took a big hit, and it forced everybody to kind of take a fresh look at financing and how they're operated and what an ideal product size is. Frankly, there is no demand for a 240 room product right now. It was great when it made sense in 2018, but circumstances have changed. User desires have changed. We've been able to right size this 123 unit design with some bigger suites, some specialty products, screening rooms, still maintaining that core deliverable of the largest contiguous ballroom, as Genevieve mentioned. But this is where the demand is. I know DJ has had experiences with other hotel products, in West Hollywood and citywide, and this is now, instead of saying 200 used to be the minimum, and that's what you needed baseline to make a pencil, we're now seeing product everywhere from 10, 15 to 100 units. So, I can't disclose the operator, but we've worked hard with them to fine tune the operations, the sizes of the units, and the suite mix. So we're very confident, and that's why we're betting on it, and we're betting on it to the tune of $65 million.
Great, thank you. My second and last question was about the live oak tree on the second level of the treehouse. I actually think it's a terrific idea to have a live tree there. I know that was an issue previously discussed before I joined the Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
But I was a little concerned that the type of large, beautiful, grown out tree that we see in the pictures won't be possible in a planter. What sort of is there in fact enough room there for a tree to grow and provide shade and actually be the amenity on that corner that we're hoping it will be?
Yes, sir. And so before I let Kyle, our landscape architect, talk about this, this has certainly been debated. We've got proof of concept. We've got, cut sheets of the root ball and what's necessary for it to grow. Kyle can speak to that a bit more intelligently, but Commissioner, Kyle has designed these things on the Aria in Vegas and rooftops in downtown. They're specialists at putting these large mature trees on top of projects in these types of terrace situations with adequate root ball and depth. And hold on, just give us 1 second and we'll get to that cut sheet and pull it up while Kyle gives you a little bit more explanation. Go ahead, Kyle.
Sure. Yeah, as Jake had mentioned, our firm does a lot of work over structure. We did Aria in Las Vegas. We did the Grand downtown next to the concert hall that just recently opened. Metropolis downtown as well. We have the expertise in bringing in large specimen trees like this and being able to essentially provide the irrigation, drainage, nutrients, everything that's required, space for the tree to grow as well. Obviously, when you have a large oak tree or any large tree, they will grow to essentially the size that their roots will allow them to grow. So as you can see in this diagram here, we've provided plenty of space around the edge for the tree to sort of grow and develop over time. Day one, we anticipate this tree being about 23 feet tall, 23 feet wide. Obviously, we haven't picked the exact tree yet, but the intent is to really find a unique architectural looking tree that has a lot of interest and can be lit up at night and can be decorated and can be sort of celebrated during various events in the year.
Terrific. Thank you so much. That's all the questions I had.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Gregoire. Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and actually I'd like to start with a couple of design questions. The paseo is definitely a really unique feature of this project, and I feel like while we reviewed this design review, there were some questions about the materiality of the project and where this was all headed. So I think I have a couple of questions relating to that as well as the landscape. Can you help us understand what the intent is for the walkway itself on Robertson Lane? Material has
Yeah,
that been
so
decided?
I was trying to be cheeky, but we do have an example of the paver material and the granite and the blocking. So, you know, we want it to be as cobbled as it can be and still be passable and not create a tripping hazard or ADA issues. There's a condition in the package that will require us to take a full 3x3 mock-up of a section of the lane paving material as designed with color and texture to the director. Because we recognize in consultation with Rick and the team during design review that, you know, we really have to make the lane sing as it was requested. And this is truly what accomplishes that in terms of materiality. You know, the uses of limestone, brass, and all those materials related to the hotel are very rich and timeless. But we understand how to accomplish the promenade and how important the pavers themselves are to that user experience of strolling down the pedestrian lane. So we wanted to take that to heart. The city has helped us with a condition, and we're certainly giving that full attention.
And I would just add, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you have something to add, please.
The only thing I would add is that staff did include a condition in the approvals requiring us to maintain the same quality of materials that have been presented in the package or better. And that is at the director's discretion.
And that's where I think I'm a little bit confused in terms of what's actually in the package right now. But it's good to hear about the mock-up, the 3 foot by 3 foot mock-up.
Yep.
Of
transitions
transitions
of the lane actual paving, exactly as if it was a chunk that we cut straight out of the lane and brought it to City Hall.
Okay. Are you going to include any sort of transition with the cobbling? I guess I'm trying to understand how that patterning works. I just think that 3 foot by 3 foot may be a little bit small given the complexity of this. So as long as there's some clear intent there, because trying to understand it right now, and I see the material you have in hand, but I want to make sure that it's fully thought out.
Certainly, and we rely on the process that we're conditioned to go through with the director to make sure that the city architect and the urban design studio gets to weigh in, and this is a collaborative decision.
Okay, and in some of the renderings, it's just shown as a continuous patterning from end to end. So I guess my question looking at that is that your intent? Is there a bordering detail? Are there transitions? Like what's the plan? Is it just that cobbling from end to end?
We haven't finalized any sort of, you know, additional detail or using colored stone or anything else different from these, you know, I don't call them bricks, from the blocks that we're currently working with in the package. That has been part of the discussion. We're certainly open to the idea, and we'll have that deliberative kind of process with the urban design team and the hotel operator when we get to that point. But that's, you know, a point well taken. We've heard it from Rick, we've heard it from you, and we understand it. It's on us to make that lane sing, because it's called Robertson Lane for a reason. So that lane better be pretty good. But your point is well taken, Commissioner.
Okay. The renderings show a lot of green walls along Robertson Lane, including some that are very horizontal. How is that going to be successful, looking at what we saw in the renderings in your presentation?
Sure. Kyle, I mean, can speak to a little bit of the hardiness and the specific selections, but there is a condition requiring live planting. So one way or another, you're going to get the live plants that everybody has spoken about. And, you know, it's our intent to make sure those things stay alive, because it's incumbent upon us and the user experience. But Kyle can speak to a little bit more to the choices that were made and how they accomplish those goals.
Yeah, we've looked at providing a different variety of vining plants, and so that there's just not one sort of monoculture of vines that are up on the walls in different areas. We're looking at ways to making sure that it's rich, and that it has the opportunity. There's going to be some sunny spots. There's going to be some shady spots. We're going to have to pick the right vine for the right place. We're also looking to make sure that the vine has the right mechanisms to climb on the wall. Not all vines climb the same way. In some areas, we're going to allow the vines to actually grow on the material. In other areas, we're going to provide, a cabling system for those vines to sort of twine up. The other thing that we're doing is making sure that we purchase vines that are well established day one, so that we can get them on the walls quicker and get them growing up on the walls faster, so they establish in a timely fashion.
Okay, and how will you address more shady positions versus areas that get more sun, and consistency or variety between those conditions?
Well, each plant species has, can be more shade tolerant or sun tolerant. So we're just going through the process and making sure that in areas where we do have a lot of sun, that we have plants that can take full sun just genetically. In areas that we do have quite a bit of shade, there are some other vines that can be more shade tolerant and can establish that. What's cool about vines too is, the goal is to try to have not maybe 100% coverage. We do like seeing the architecture kind of pop in and out a little bit, just like you'd see in Europe, where the vines don't have a full coverage on everything, but they do kind of allow this interaction between landscape and architecture to kind of weave in and out with each other.
Okay, thank you. While on the topic of landscaping and all of this, one of the sustainability measures that you're looking to achieve is 30% vegetative coverage of the roofs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And we accomplished that on both of them individually. We didn't ask for a consolidated calculation. Each project standalone accomplishes that 30% requirement.
Okay. How are you achieving that on the hotel side?
We can pull up the diagram, but Kyle, if you wanted to speak to any of the plantings before, we did the calculations on square footage, so that's how it's being accomplished. I'm sorry not to sound flip, but we can pull up that diagram and show you where exactly the plantings are as we look back at the consolidated planting plan. But Kyle, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yeah, you can see here on the with the hotel, let's see where we're at here. We've gone through it and made sure that we meet that requirement, worked with HKS on establishing those numbers. The event area, the different areas we've gone through and just made sure that all works with the calculations that, is required by the code.
So what are those plantings located in? Or
soil.
On
But they're permanent planters that are irrigated and permanent on the roof.
Correct.
If that's planters on the roof, or they're on the roof.
They are integrated and structural to the roof. They are not placed on the roof. They are part of the structure.
Fixed planters.
Integrated to the design of the building, not just a mobile planter box that gets plopped down.
So the planters are part of the roof?
They're fixed architectural features. They're not like mobile planters that we bring in and plop down. They're, the little wall is built and permanent, and that becomes the planter, if that makes sense.
Poured concrete walls that are tied in integrally into the structural system of the building, and it's filled with soil, irrigation. And those trees that you see there have about 30 inches of soil in them to accommodate root growth and vegetative growth. The butterfly garden is a little different application. It's more of a green roof system where I think we've got about 9 or 10 inches of soil, 12 inches of soil that's allowed for those specific species, which are native and drought tolerant, to flourish because they need a lower profile. And these are all permanent systems that will stay fixed to the building and stay there. Excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, can you show that in section?
I don't know if we have a section of those planters.
A304.
Let's see. Give us 1 second, Commissioner. Just give us 1 second, we'll pull it up. There we go.
And how deep are the planters?
Sorry, excuse me.
How deep are the planters?
Those planters, because they are recessed below the finished floor elevation of the deck, those are a paver that we're using, a pedestal paver system. So they sit down, I don't have the exact dimension, but it's probably, 12 inches or so. And then above in the front, they goes up to about 2 feet. And on the back, we're actually using, if you go over to the other planter on the other side, I think we're up for about 3 feet. And that root ball of the tree that we have in there will sit in uninterrupted soil along the entire length of that, along that stretch. It's very similar to what you see on top of hotels, on top of other, developments around, the city.
Okay. Thank you. Question. I know that we've talked a lot about parking, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the process. If we think about the treehouse, if someone were to park their car at the treehouse, how would they park and how would they get out? What's the
there's lots of options, but I'll let DJ walk through it while Michael pulls up the diagram that shows the path of travel.
Yep. So during the day, and we were in close consultation with City Public Works staff on, the valet use during the daytime. And essentially the message was valet on the street during the day, for lunch and in the midday has not been successful at other businesses in the city. So all of the parking during the day is either drop off at the hotel, right, where you could use a valet at the hotel drop off, or you could drive your car down to the B2 level on Robertson and use the valet in the subterranean. And there are elevators up from the subterranean to Robertson Lane. So you could then come out Robertson Lane and access the treehouse from there. Or you come up into the hotel lobby, or you could come from the hotel lobby around to the treehouse from that side of the project. So that's during the day. And then at night out on Santa Monica Boulevard, there will be, and here, I think the image is coming up now, there will be 4 dedicated valet ride share spaces right there in the pink, just in front of the treehouse, where you'll be able to drop off and pick up your car right in front of the treehouse, curbside on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Can you show the path of travel where you pop up from the parking?
Yes, let's see.
So you're saying if you parked in the B2 and you take the corridor, where do you come up?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's two options. One is you can come up there at that elevator on the at the factory building, and also accessible from the B2 valet is the office lobby, which is on the lane. Michael, if you can move your cursor to, there we go, which is right there.
So you need a condition because this is using the adjacent structures and their parking to access this.
We recognize that, and we talked about it a lot with Rick and the urban design team, and then we put special focus on those frontages and putting dining and activity as your for those sections that you are walking on the public right away on the sidewalk. But multiple elevator cores, multiple opportunities. It's all about diffusion and ease of access from any side of the project.
Okay, and I've asked this question to a few applicants. I'm going to ask it again. How are you justifying the amount of office space in the current economic climate and the demand for that office space?
So the applicant team has worked closely with Cushman and Wakefield to help design the project to essentially meet the market demand that is out there. And there, as I think I've mentioned to you on some other projects, what tenants are seeking these days are campus-like environments with amenities, with open windows, green space, and accessible outdoor areas. That is really what is driving the office market right now. It's not the towers in downtown LA that have the fixed windows and, you know, you're going up 40 flights. It's these low-rise campus type environments that is driving the office market. And, you know, we're told we'll be able to lease it out 6 ways to Sunday when it comes online, given the current market.
We have
demand.
lots of inquiries already, single tenant folks, because it is precisely the type of campus that affords those workers restaurant, daytime lunch, evening activities. You know, it really runs the gamut of all their needs. And that's simply not accomplished in a downtown setting with a single coffee shop at the base of an 80-story tower. This is truly a campus that is live, work, play.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner or Vice Chair Thomas, thank you. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions have actually been answered, so I just have a couple left. So both the staff and the design review subcommittee reports mention that the design misses out on an opportunity for additional elevated points of observation. Are there any places where you feel that you could add more viewing opportunities to the park?
Sure. And Commissioner, we've been working through this issue from the beginning of the redesign. So we have numerous viewing terraces and opportunities for people to visually connect with the park from the project. Most notably is that historic terrace that I mentioned at the Studio One entrance at the south end of the factory building, just north of Anawalt. So that's a very large, permanent, dedicated terrace with great views onto the park. The office building as well features operable, windows in addition to terraces for those office workers. And then in that image where we look north up Robertson Boulevard, you see terracing that steps back from the property line on Robertson up towards the office. So there's hotel gym there, some other areas that are all terraces and activity that are indoor outdoor oriented onto the park. Unfortunately, we weren't able to add a kind of a stair landing or anything in the retail tenant on the Robertson side of the treehouse. It was a security concern and access control concern, and something that our restaurant operators said was unfeasible regarding the containment and access control to the space. But we have numerous opportunities for viewing, not to mention the pre-function space behind the factory building and on the roof of the hotel.
Great, thank you. Okay, the live oak is a central component of the project design, and all the trees are character defining features of the modified project. So I'm wondering, what are the mitigation efforts should, say, the live oak 30 years from now, get sick and die? Do you commit to replacing the tree with another live oak over a structural tree in the future?
I mean, even better than a commitment, I think it's a requirement, because it is a character defining feature that it be maintained and fulfill the design objectives that were discussed through this process. It's a project killer for us if that tree is not healthy and thriving and something that you want to come sit under, because we've designed everything around it. So, it is our foremost priority to make, and I don't know how much money we're spending it, but Kyle has spent it to make sure that that tree is well provided for, not just secure, but has space to live, grow, and thrive over many years, because it is a bear to put a large, live, mature oak up on a second floor terrace. And I only want to do that once, so.
Great. And then my final question is, the northwest corner of Santa Monica and Robertson has historically housed a number of small community businesses. Is there a plan to have smaller retail spaces that are accessible for small community-based businesses, or do you anticipate that most of the retail will be large-scale commercial operations?
It's a mix. I mean, I can't speak for the exact tenants, but it's not going to be a large scale commercial operation chain kind of restaurant. This is intended to be community serving. We heard from the community about their lamentations over the loss of their Copacabana sandwiches at Bossa Nova. And we want to have a community serving restaurant that is accessible. So, there's multiple opportunities, bars, restaurants throughout the project. But we really want to make sure that this is something that is connected to, serves and benefits from our community engagement.
Great. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. I'm going to get it right eventually. Okay. So I have a couple of questions for the applicant. One, I believe there are only two commissioners who are here tonight, myself being one of them, who saw this project the first time. Can you jog my memory and remind me, because I don't have the plans in front of me right now, they're in a stack somewhere retrievable in my living room, if staging areas that are currently being counted as parking spaces in this plan were a part of the original design in the parking garage?
No, Chair, they were not. So the original parking garage was designed, again, with two deeper levels, and in response to a variety of issues, cost concerns, environmental concerns, hauling timeline for construction. When the project was revised in 2019, the two subterranean floors of parking were removed, and then the aisle stacking spaces, very similar to what's in the city's new parking garage in the park, were proposed and then were approved through the staff and planning commission process. And so that was what we were proceeding with until the fire department kind of knocked our legs out from under us and prohibited the use of the aisle park stacking spaces. And so we had to reconfigure the garage to try and accommodate for the loss of, over 200 parking spaces that resulted from the removal of those aisle stackers.
And without the staging area parking spaces, I hesitate to call them parking spaces, but as they're labeled on the plan, you're counting them as parking spaces right now. How many are you short if you take them away?
It's about, so we've got 550 parking spaces in the project right now as designed. If you removed all of the aisle parking spaces, I believe it's 123. So that would bring you down to 427, which is about 10 parking spaces north of the code, the minimum code requirement.
Okay, so it's about 120.
Yes.
That's your estimate. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions right now. I have some questions for staff that I didn't ask first go around, but those are my questions for right now. Does anyone else on commission have any questions for the applicant at this time? Looks like not. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the hearing. We can move into deliberation. We can move into deliberation. If no one goes first, I'm going to. Okay. Commissioner Lombardi, did I see you come off mute? I saw you come off mute.
I'll go first, but I'm not as prepared as maybe I might be once I hear comments from others. Maybe I'll start at the super macro level.
You can speak later too if you want. I mean, this is a conversation.
No, it's okay. I think I'd
yeah.
like to get some of it out there because I'd like to hear perspective from the rest of the commissioners as well. So, I'm really excited to see this project move forward and become a project. And I think that this site really is ready for some development. And I really like the sale and I really like the concept, but man, I'm so torn with the setup with the parking. It just kind of, I hate to focus on this, but I'm struggling to understand how it works and how the potentially really high demand that could be driven to this destination, given how we have large event spaces, we have offices and commuting going on, how this is all going to be functional for the city and how it will also make the project actually successful in its own right too, because I worry that the user experience, whether you're coming for an event or coming to shop or dine or commute to work, could become a challenge as well as all the traffic challenges as well. So that's what I'm struggling with, I think, at a high level. I do have some maybe more specific concerns as well, that I might be a little more prepared to go through in a minute here. But that's what I'm really worried about with this project, and would really like to hear from other commissioners and may have some other thoughts to add in a few minutes.
I think I saw Vice Chair Thomas's hand go up just after Commissioner Lombardi's, and I'm going to put you on blast, Vice Chair Thomas, but if you'd like to speak, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I think this is a lovely project, and it's rare to see a project get so much support. It's supported by the residents of West Hollywood West and Norma Triangle. It's also supported by the LA Conservancy, West Hollywood Preservation, and so many others. I feel like the applicant has taken great care to create a great pedestrian experience, and I feel this is a really great addition to West Hollywood. And with this project, we're also getting an unprecedented, TOT guarantee. I've lived in West Hollywood for almost 3 decades, and I know the significance of the factory building. I love how it's being incorporated into this project, and I thank the LA Conservancy on their work bringing this cultural historic resource back to West Hollywood, and creating something that will tell an LGBTQ story for years to come. This is where Girl Bar and other lesbian bars, which are far and few between now, happened, and this is also part of the legacy of Studio One and the queer clubs and cabarets that were important on this end of West Hollywood. And the factory is one of the few places in the city where people of color have, at least during the time that I've lived in West Hollywood, consistently felt welcome. So in many ways, the factory has been a beacon for many. I also appreciate that this project is replacing surface parking lots and giving the city a pedestrian attraction on the Festival Street. We'll be able to connect Robertson Lane to Pride and the park, and it will be a hub of activity that will drive activity all through the Melrose Triangle. And personally, I'm inclined to support the project.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. Commissioner Dada, please go ahead.
Thank you. I also am in support of the project. I think it is going to really transform that entire area. I think the changes that have been made speak to the feedback that was received over the last 4 years, and the current iteration of the project certainly is an improvement from an already successful project that was approved in 2018. Tying in the treehouse component of this really just connects to Santa Monica, and I think really just complements the existing already approved project perfectly. I think there were certain things that were hard to wrap your head around, most notably being the parking, and I don't know if this is a trend for for future projects when it we saw this with the Arts Club project, and kind of just kind of leaving the trust in the valet operations and the future of valet operations and the technology that's going to be incorporated into all that. And for me, at least it's hard to envision exactly how that's all going to run when you have stackers and as the applicant mentioned yesterday to me, using mobile apps to retrieve cars and all those types of things. But I trust that that piece of it is going to be handled, obviously, in order for the applicant to have a successful project. The public benefit piece of it, I'm satisfied with the way that it was resolved. I think that it is extraordinary to have that guarantee built in with the reduction of the hotel rooms. Clearly, the world has changed in the last several years, and the market might be calling for changes in the types of buildings that are successful in the type of project like this. So I think that the way the city handled the public benefits, I'm okay with that. And definitely the preservation of the factory building is certainly something that I think is going to be the iconic piece of this project. You know, aside from its rich history, it certainly has a place in my heart. I spent many evenings there in my youth as well. So certainly that facade is so iconic. It's so memorable to me even. So to see that in the way that it's been resurrected here is going to be a really defining piece, and it's going to really just bring everything together here. So I also support this project. And I thank the applicant for all the work that they've done, and staff as well.
Thank you. I saw Commissioner Caballero, his hand go up first, but I think Commissioner Gregoire was right behind him. So Commissioner Caballero, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think I'm going to talk from my experience since we received our packet last Thursday. And I typically always start with the drawings. And when I went through the drawings, I felt like they had been moderately improved, but there were still deficiencies in regards to the comments that we had made at previous planning commission meetings and design review meetings. And then I read through the staff report and I thought, oh, okay, I'll make a list of all the conditions. And I realized, oh, that list is going to be 3-4 pages long, but it did help me realize how many items have yet to really be fully vetted, including like the vegetative roof and the stormwater management system. I wish that the drawings were further developed and we could actually see these pieces in place and respond more intelligently to them. You know, in architecture, we say if it's not in your drawing, it doesn't exist. You know, you can talk about it all you want, but until it's in the drawing, you know, it's just an idea. So Jake and I had a pretty frank conversation yesterday, you know, where I addressed a lot of these issues, and he was truly reassuring that these issues are going to be dealt with. And I spoke to Lori, you know, and today I asked Lori, you know, that's why I asked the question about tracking all these items, because I mean, I do small projects and I know how difficult it is to track projects as they go through planning and building department. So my concern is that these items are truly dealt with, that I know a lot of them are code related and they have to be dealt with, but some of them are also aspirational. And this project is a big project that will benefit the city greatly and will transform a section of the city that, you know, is pivotal, you know, for our community. I want this project to be all that it can be, all that we have been promised it will be. I hear it from the applicant, and with Lori's reassurance, I feel inclined to move it forward. But there is a spot in me where I just wish the drawings were further developed so that we could actually look at some of these details and actually know, yeah, that loading dock works. Yes, I understand how you get from parking to the treehouse. And some of those things are still a little vague. But at this point, even with that, and given Lori's reassurance, I feel confident voting the project forward.
Thanks, Commissioner Caballero. I just want to note before Commissioner Gregoire speaks, there is a situation where we can vote to move this forward to council, but with recommendations for changes to the existing design. If there are things that we think that should be looked at more closely, things that should be vetted more thoroughly in advance of this coming to council, that's an option. So just something to think about as we continue the conversation. Commissioner Gregoire.
That's a great,
go ahead.
Sorry, I appreciate that comment. Thank you so much. I mean, that's a great sort of point of departure because, you know, as water restrictions go into effect, how does that affect the landscaping? How will the landscape transform? You know, it's like there are all sorts of conditions that are now being overlaid onto this project, and just environmentally that have nothing to do with us, but has to do with state law. You know, I would like, I'm assuming it's going to be several months before it goes to city council, and this project will evolve between now and then, that this package is not the package that's going to city council. So yeah, again, I started making that list, and that list gets very long very quickly. and not one item went to the top over other items. So maybe a general comment as part of the motion makes sense, but how do we quantitate, how do we say we want the drawings like 80% developed, or that's the part that's unclear. Maybe we can discuss that further once we hear some more comments.
Sure. Commissioner Gregoire, please go ahead.
I don't need to repeat what everyone else has said. I support this project and staff's recommendation on it. There's so much to like about this project. And I have, I may be new to the commission, but I've been a citizen of West Hollywood for the many years that this project has been development. When I've seen it go from a project where the community had a lot of concerns, and I feel like they've been responsive to those concerns, starting with incorporating the factory into the design. And one thing I noted today in public comment and the written public comment we received is we did not receive any opposition to this project at this point. The community seems to genuinely support it moving forward at this point. The neighborhood supports it. The community as a whole supports it. I see no reason why I should stand in the way of this project moving forward tonight. There are things about the project I've liked to have seen. I really wish there was a lot more parking. I was quite upset to see a reduction in 200 spaces. The city, especially in that area, needs a lot of parking. That was a disappointment. I would have loved to have seen the treehouse somehow incorporated better with the Robertson Lane project, but I understand why that wasn't practical here. I'm satisfied with the applicant answered my concern about the reduced number of hotel spaces, and I hear that their studies show that it can be a successful hotel project in that location with that number of hotel rooms. So for all of those reasons and the reasons of my fellow commissioners, I support the project and staff's recommendation this evening.
Great, thank you. I have a number of comments that I'm going to give. I think just to kind of help continue some of the things that my fellow commissioners have said. I've seen this, I think, through pretty much every iteration that it's had, I believe, since it's come before Planning Commission. And in general, I think, it's a strong project and there are many things to recommend it. But I also think that given how big of a deal this project is to the city, that we have not just a right, but an obligation to really make sure that we get things right with this. I think there are kind of a few categories that I want to group things into. And my first one is just going to be about the parking. I understand that there have been some changes made to the design that allowed the applicant to reduce the number of parking spaces. I think my biggest issue with it is that, as a planning commission, we are required to make findings, and there is nothing in our code that allows for staging areas to be used as parking. And me trusting in a valet operation does not change the fact that there is no legal basis or room in our code for parking. I said no to it on Arts Club, and I'm going to say no to it for this project. It doesn't mean I wouldn't move it forward, but I would strongly recommend, especially given some of the projects that are coming before us, like Viper Room, there will be others, that we seriously think about asking this applicant to increase parking without those spaces. To me, it doesn't really matter what the capacity is, like max capacity, and those will only be used if they're at max capacity, especially behind an ADA space. I just can't abide that. There's absolutely no precedent in the code for it. And the applicant is not asking for a modification or a variance to the code that would allow for this. So on those grounds, I cannot support the parking. That's a hard no for me. Again, I could go on about it, but I just think we need to make sure that we're making, findings and decisions that are in compliance with our code, and this does not. To me, the Arts Club, it's another project. It's at our discretion. Again, I didn't vote yes on that. So it doesn't, our code, ballet doesn't change the definition of what a parking space is. So to me, that's a non-negotiable. I think in addition to that, I also have concerns echoed by some of my fellow commissioners about the uses of the parking spaces, especially for the benefit of the public. I just don't know how that's going to work. And to me, to echo Commissioner Caballero's comments, in many ways, I kind of don't know why we needed to see this project when we did. I would have much rather seen it with some of these details buttoned up, as opposed to it being, as Commissioner Caballero noted, moderately changed based on feedback that was received, and especially given the size of the project and its scale and scope and the number of conditions that are being applied. I just, I really don't feel like we are ready for showtime on that front. I also have concerns about the vegetative roof. I'd love for staff, if you have a moment, to give a definition of a planter, because to me, the way that the applicant is defining a planter and how that relates to a vegetative roof, that doesn't square with my admittedly limited knowledge of what a vegetative roof is. Again, every time we make a decision here, we're opening the door or closing it for future projects. So it's not just about this project. I have to think about, what else is coming down the pike and what example or precedent this will set for other projects going forward. So I really think that needs some work. As regards to the treehouse component, this is the first time we're seeing this with that component. So it's a pretty major addition from previous versions. I personally would like to see more of an integrated design. I think especially, again, given the size of the project, it's a missed opportunity. I believe Mr. Abramson alluded to this in his urban design analysis, but I really think that it would improve the project from a design perspective and from a user experience perspective, candidly, for there to be the more cohesive design that lends itself to kind of an overall experience of the lane and of the property, as opposed to just what feels a little bit like kind of an addendum or a kind of a standalone situation. I think those are my comments for right now. Yeah, well, there's actually one more. I'll go back up. So, I'd also just note that between the last time this project came forward and this time, the city had adopted a pretty significant reduction in parking requirements. So the applicant's already getting a benefit based on their ratio, and it still doesn't work with these, I can't even call them parking spaces, like they're not parking spaces, and I don't find them to be legal parking spaces. So again, as a whole, I think it's a beautiful project, but I really think that the devil's in the details. We have an obligation to the community to make sure that we get this right, as regards the way that people will experience it, the way that it's going to be parked, especially. I always harp on that, and I just stand by that. So at this time, based on what I'm hearing from the rest of the commission, I would be inclined, but again, let's continue to have a conversation to move it forward, but with requirements that some of these things be worked out in full detail before this goes forward to council, because I don't want this to go forward to council as unbaked as it is right now.
How do we measure that?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Caballero, please go ahead, sorry.
How do we measure that though? That's the tricky part, because I almost feel like you might be suggesting that the project come back to planning commission, which was my original sense, that some of these things should be vetted out further. But given Lori's reassurance that they're going to track all these conditions, I trust that they will track those things and fully vet them, and hopefully those things will be in place by at the time it goes to city council.
Sure. Jennifer, did you want to say something? I saw you come off mute for a moment.
Yeah, just in response to trying to nail it down, I think that, and now I'm not sure what your intent was here, but I just wanted to kind of maybe throw something out. If there are specific areas such as you talked about, Chair, with the parking or, things like that, then I would say, yes, you can include that in your action, and we can, the applicant can know that those things need to be better resolved before we go to council. There are a lot of conditions, and I think Lori talked about this earlier, that are things that would normally get figured out in plan check, but because this is such a complicated project and because there are so many moving parts, we just wanted to capture those in the resolution and make sure that they do get tracked. And that's how we track it, is the resolution. We make a matrix out of all of the conditions, and we go one by one through it during the plan check process. So I think that the finer details, maybe not all of them, need to be resolved prior to city council. I think that it's appropriate for a lot of those to be resolved during the plan check process. But if you wanted to call out certain things to work on before that time, I think that would probably be the best bet and the easiest for everyone to understand and move forward with, including the council.
Thank you. I certainly wasn't suggesting that every single condition be worked out before this goes to council, but I do think there's some gaps, at least in my view, especially as pertains to the parking and the vegetative roof, which it sounds like there's some other concerns about that we could flag specifically as needing specific improvements and changes before this goes to council. I saw a whole bunch of hands. Mr. Kehoe, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Jennifer was saying just about the plan check process and how things happen after the entitlement is granted. So as Jennifer said, all these conditions are things that need to be checked before we can issue the building permits. So there might be items that say prior to issuance of building permit. So that has to be accomplished before we can issue a building permit. And I also just want to remind everyone that all the people who, and City Hall staff who reviewed this as an entitlement are going to be reviewing it again during the building permit process. So staff members that had concerns at the planning entitlement will again review it during the building permit process to check to see if those things were corrected and completed according to the resolutions. And as far as the aspirational ones, the city's always had an urban designer, but now we have an urban design studio that has two people who are architects, including the city architect who is a practicing architect. And so that provides an extra layer of, guidance from the city standpoint of making sure the aspirational aspects of the approvals are implemented. Oh, I think you're on mute still.
I was, sorry, understood. Thank you. I don't want you all to hear me breathing into my AirPods. Vice Chair Thomas.
Chair, I wanted to move to approve the staff recommendation on this project.
So we have a motion on the floor to approve this as. Okay, I'd like to sub-motion that we move the project forward with some very specific requests for changes. Namely, for me, this is the parking. I would like to see those parking spaces, the staging areas removed. And the parking, that needs to be put there, and improvements and clarification about the vegetative roof. Commissioner Carvajal.
Yeah, I'd also like to see, some response to the water restrictions that we're going to be having over the next several years and how that impacts the landscaping, because the landscaping hasn't tremendously changed since first iteration, and we're going to into something very real that's going to have impact on this project. I would like to see that addressed in a more meaningful way. And then the stormwater management system, it's all mechanical right now. Is there a better way of doing it so that we can capture that water that can help supply water to the vegetation on this site? Those are the other two things I think are important. And also, because we've talked about it, and in the staff report, it says something to the effect of, to the satisfaction of the fire the fire department, that queuing area for the club, do we really want people standing on that staircase as they're waiting to get into the nightclub? Or do we want to have them in a designated, nicer area? We talked about it a lot, and Jake and I talked about it yesterday, and he was like, we've allocated as much public space to the public waiting area as we can, but it just seems for a high-end nightclub of that capacity, it deserves something more than just code, something that satisfies code. It should be something more elevated. And that responds to sort of my comment about this being an aspirational project, where the experience throughout the project is meaningful and aspirational. I'd like to keep that throughout the project. So those are the things that I would like to add.
I would be so there's a sub motion on the floor right now. I would be inclined to amend the sub motion to include Commissioner Carballo's comments, but Commissioner Lombardi?
Sure. I would be inclined to second your sub motion. However, I just kind of want to slow this down a little bit here. I feel like this is really important. Yes. And I don't know, I before we just, move forward, I just want to get out there that I feel like there's some things to resolve still. And honestly, reality check, parking, I don't know what the resolution is. It's great to say to resolve it, but a little bit different than irrigation and vegetative roofs and how we handle that. I think that can be worked out a little bit more, but the parking thing to me, it is what it is, unless there's some changes to the footprint of the structure and subterranean levels in terms of space. It's limited. So I don't know how we move forward from here, but I actually have a question, maybe this even for legal. So Isaac Rosen, sorry to put you on the spot, but maybe you can help clarify what we're moving forward, because we're amending the specific plan to include the treehouse, but this is all tied into the entire specific plan and all the Robertson Lane project. And now we're also changing the number of parking spaces that are required in the specific plan, regardless of code. So there's just a lot of moving parts here. That said, I would be inclined to see if there's ways that we can advance this with clear direction, but I'm just want to understand better what we're doing.
Well, and I think planning may be able to speak to a little bit of how closely they're tied together, but the idea is the recommendation goes up to City Council with the conditions sort of tied together between the treehouse and the Robertson Lane project. So there's requirements, I believe, within the conditions of approval that tie both of those recommendations to council for ultimate consideration. So the specific plan is being amended so that the treehouse component is a part of this specific plan, both in the zoning map and also within the general plan. And all of that goes up to the council as one item. So my understanding from planning is it is tied together. The conditions are tied together, including the parking at the treehouse associated with the Robertson Lane project. And so the whole item would go forward as a recommendation with the subpart split between, I believe, the four recommendations within the four recommended resolutions up to the City Council. So I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, Commissioner Lombardi, and maybe planning might be able to speak a little bit to the recommendation. But I also wanted to know, just with regards to the sub-motion, sort of what the contents of that are, because I think we do have from the Vice Chair a motion on the floor with a second to approve staff's recommendation. So I just want to ensure we don't lose sight of that pending motion as well. And I will also defer to staff if there's more we want to say about the actual entitlements that are tied together as a recommended action up to council.
Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a scenario where a portion of this project could move forward without another portion of the project moving forward? Or is it literally tied together. It was a little hard for me to legally.
What would be the intent of moving part of it forward without the other
It's all
part?
part of Robertson Lane. So my question is there a scenario where the treehouse moves forward and another part of the project doesn't, and there's no parking or something like that?
You mean if
are we properly conditioned to ensure that the whole project must move forward, not any portion alone?
Yes, at this moment, that is how it's set up. If something were to substantially change and for some reason the Robertson Lane project weren't to be built, then the treehouse project would need to come back with a major amendment that includes where the parking is going to be, since that is where the parking is located.
Okay, wanted to make sure that I understood that.
Mhm.
And then would I be making a sub motion to the sub motion to make amendments?
Well, I want to be clear here because we're getting into uncharted territory for me as the chair. And I just want to make sure, one, we give credence to Vice Chair Thomas's original motion. I sub motioned largely because I'm not comfortable voting on this yet. I think that's I feel like we haven't fleshed out all the things. And if we can, I would like to come to some kind of a consensus, or as much of a consensus as we can, so that I want everyone to feel like they're heard. I want everyone to feel like, their concerns are being addressed as we, ponder moving this forward to council. So Isaac, are you able to advise are we obliged to vote on the motion? The original motion?
At this time, there can be deliberation on that original motion. And then I think you would ask the maker of the motion, for instance, if there were certain revisions as part of this, this discussion and deliberation with the motion on the floor. And then whether the maker of the motion and the second would be willing to amend the original motion. So there is a deliberative process here amongst, the voting commissioners with that motion on the floor. But I think it may get complicated to the extent there are multiple sort of sub motions. So I think it's up to the commission to try to reach consensus and ultimately pending removal of that motion on the floor to vote on it once there's been discussion amongst the body.
Okay, I'm going to uncomplicate this a bit by revoking my sub motion, if I am allowed to do that. Isaac, I just need a nod from you. That's okay? Okay, great. So as regards Vice Chair Thomas's original motion, which is to move the project forward without changes, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Gregoire, maybe Commissioner Dutta, are you adamant that do you feel very strongly that we should move this forward as is, or are you open to there being changes requested of the project as we move it forward to council?
So there were quite a few possible, I guess, amendments, conditions, whatever you want to call them, and there's some I'm comfortable with and some I'm not. Particularly regarding the parking. I know that we've had our city traffic engineer look at this project, so I don't know what specifically we would want to include as a condition. I don't know. I guess we'd have to take them one by one. I can't just give a blanket yes or no.
That's fair. Commissioner Dutta, please go ahead.
So Chair Jones, was your recommendation with this original sub motion that you had to just have the applicant look into whether there are other opportunities to remove those drive aisle spaces, and come up with something different within the existing framework of the 3 subterranean floors, or what was it to remove those and just kind of work with whatever that end total number is?
No, they would have to be removed, and it would have to be reconfigured, or more space would have to be made or found. I feel very strongly about that. Again, because there's no mechanism in the code by which we can approve truly these parking spaces that are not really parking spaces. Not only is it not approved in our code, it sets a terrible precedent. So that is I feel very strongly about that. So I would like, as regards the parking, one, that those spaces be removed and that they park it to the extent that it should be parked with the number of parking spaces required per the FAR for the project, in the public benefit spaces, and that be amended. I want to see changes, like a real change there. I would also like to understand more about how the guest parking is going to work. I need more information about the mechanics there. And it sounds like a couple of other commissioners felt that as well. But as regards parking, those were my two specific requests.
Can I ask I want clarification on the parking spaces that you want removed. Are those the ones that are in the loading spaces?
They're in the staging areas.
In the staging areas, okay.
The staging area they're not parking spaces. They're dotted line spaces behind, in some cases, ADA spaces. I don't feel comfortable counting those.
Chair Jones, you're talking about the drive aisle spaces, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask staff, and this might be too big of a question. I'm kind of assuming that you have the entire code memorized. I wanted to ask you about our code and to what the code that specifically prohibits the drive aisle being counted as parking, just so I know specifically where in the code it is.
I do not have the entire code memorized, but I don't know of a specific section that prohibits it. I am going to do a quick search though.
Looking it up as well.
I'm not doubting you here. I just wanted to know where it was.
Yeah.
Well, look, here's the other thing I'm going to say is that, like, there are lots of things our code doesn't call out as prohibited, but it doesn't mean we would allow them, and it doesn't mean there's a legal mechanism by which we can make a finding to approve something. So again, it's not necessarily the space; it's the precedent that we're setting for bigger and bigger projects with less and less actual parking. Those are not real parking spaces. I would not want to be a person with a disability trying to get out of a car when there's a car parked behind me. I don't care who is valeting it. So I just take real issue with that. And I'm not coming at you, Vice Chair Thomas. Again, there are lots of things that our code doesn't explicitly prohibit that I don't think that's a slippery slope.
My apologies, Chair. I thought you said that the code prohibited it, so maybe I misunderstood. I apologize. I thought that's what was said. Sorry.
No, it's that it's not allowed per the code because it's not called out in the code. I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay, gotcha. I think we might need to suspend deliberation because it looks like the applicant might want to say something.
Jennifer, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just was going to put out an idea if there were certain areas that maybe we were, for instance, behind the accessible parking spaces or in certain areas of the garage that we felt were more important to remove. Is there a middle ground that we could find here that allowed some of the stacked parking and then removed others of it?
I mean, not for me, there's not. But again, I think that we have the right as a commission to ask this applicant to make this project the best that it can be. And I do feel that these spaces that aren't really spaces are, I think they're phoning it in a bit. I do.
So we have allowed parking to be located in drive aisles in the past in various projects. The code does allow for tandem and triple stacking, which requires cars to be moved around. So I think what I'm hearing, the biggest concern is if they're blocking loading areas or blocking handicap accessible spaces, because those are different than a regular parking space that's operated by valet.
I just want someone to tell me where in the code it says that we can use staging areas, like actually just in the drive aisle as actually counted as parking spaces in a project. Because I voted no on it in Arts Club, and I don't know of any other project where I would have voted on it. I can't speak to things that came before my time, but again, I'm not coming after anyone. This sets a precedent for things in our city that I feel like we really need to pay attention to. And I think this is a fairly minor detail if it's done the right way. I don't think we're asking a lot. The applicant wants to speak.
Okay.
I'm gonna reopen the closed deliberation for now, and we'll reopen the Commissioner Lombardi. I feel like you want to say something.
I do. I just I'm trying to understand. I feel like there's a large extent of double. Then this may be good to hear before the applicant speaks. It seems like there's a substantial amount of area where there's two direction traffic and parking, and multiple cars stacked behind each other. So that's where I feel like this isn't necessarily comparable to any other project, especially when you look at the scale of it. It's just different than one or two spaces. It has a big impact, and I think that the context is very important as well. And I don't understand the solution there. I just wanted to get that out before the applicant says anything.
Maybe, Lori, we can put a plan of the parking on, but we have allowed for years for parking spaces to be behind other parking spaces, and the cars have to move around to get the cars out because of the nature of tandem parking. But maybe if we could see a plan, we could understand exactly where the concern is. So for instance, if we look at the top, you can see parking spaces that are perpendicular to the aisle, and then you have parking spaces that are horizontal. And so the horizontal ones might block two other spaces, but once that horizontal car is moved, then those other two spaces can move out. And this is all through valet as well.
I think also an issue is that there's two-way parking drive aisle space here, and there's parking on both sides of the drive aisle space, which leaves little room in between.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, if we're looking at like the drive aisle between spaces 101 and 105, the second, this is just below C 87 or 67, 68 right here. I mean, how can a car even get through there? I don't.
Perhaps the applicant can describe how wide that aisle is. If we want to reopen it to allow the applicant to respond.
I'll close deliberation and allow the applicant to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So two things. First, thank you, Director Kehoe, for pointing out that this is longstanding city practice, and there's nothing that specifically prohibits this. I understand the chair's point, but it is well within the practice and operating expectations of numerous projects. But hearing the commissioners' comments and their concerns, I'm prepared at this time to offer to remove the parking stalls that the chair called out as blocking, in her opinion, the ADA accessible spaces, as well as the loading dock spaces. They would never be used at the same time. Loading is conditioned to specific hours, and it's certainly not happening at peak time. So we would never anticipate a conflict there. But hearing you, I'm prepared to make the offer to condition the removal of the spaces behind the ADA and the loading spaces that were called out by the chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Stevens, how many parking spaces would that be approximately?
8.
Okay, so I'm gonna reopen deliberation and close the public comment portion of the hearing. And I know this is clunky and we're in it right now, but I do want to try to move forward to some kind of resolution that most folks on commission can feel good about. So given what we've heard from the applicant and from staff, how is the commission thinking about this project as a whole? Are you still conflicted? Do you want to move it forward as is? We do still have that motion on the floor, and Vice Chair Thomas, I haven't forgotten. Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead. You're muted.
Somehow I did that twice. Thank you. Understanding there's a motion on the floor, and the parking topic has been a long one here. Just under deliberation, I do feel like there are some other components that might be worth providing some direction to City Council if this were to move forward, such as Commissioner Cavallero noted, better definition to the plans, the irrigation, better definition of materials, especially on the Paseo and public experience areas. So I would hope there's a way that could be incorporated before things move forward. That's just my opinion and something I feel is worth noting in this deliberation, because I feel like we could work on some of that as well. The parking, I think, is a tough one and not easily solvable.
Mr. Abramson, I just saw your face come on screen. Do you want to say something? I don't want to put you on blast, but I just saw your face come into the screen.
No, not specifically. I think, it's a very good discussion, and I think unless you have specific areas you'd like my thoughts on, I'm just listening to the deliberation.
Okay, we're always happy to see your face. I just wanted to make sure. Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Rick Abramson, the applicant just noted potentially removing 8 troublesome spots, but I'd be curious if you feel there are more or if they're workable beyond that.
Well, I guess there needs to be some clarification between are the areas being used for the staging of triple tandem, or are they being used as permanent stalls and satisfaction of the project? And I think that's the discussion that's being had. And, it seems like there's some excess parking already. So if they're deemed staging areas versus parking stalls, maybe that might help to allow things to move forward. But that's what I'm gleaning is the conversation right now, is that those are needed for staging to make the triple tandem work.
Just to be clear, and Lori, I'm directing this question to you, those spaces are being counted toward the parking requirement for the project, are they not?
Correct. All the spaces in all 550 spaces are toward the project.
So can we go back to the plan? Because sometimes we need to visualize, or at least I do.
I think I was counting 14 spaces that interfered with the loading areas, as well as the spaces in the drive aisle in front of the ADA spaces. And with that, I mean all the spaces that are in the maneuvering areas to get into the loading spaces. So all of these up here, this space here, these 2 spaces, as well as the spaces in front of the ADA spaces, which also double as the loading for this area. And then I believe there's also a condition that requires the parking in the ramps, such as this space 501, and I believe there's one other one on another level that should be removed.
So that's about 16 spaces, maybe? It was 14 plus those two.
Plus 3, I believe.
Plus
I think
3.
there's 3 in the on the ramps. So I think that should be 17 at my initial calculation here.
And if we go to the level down where there isn't any loading and there isn't any ADA, right?
Yes.
So this level has no loading areas or ADA. So this is all just people visiting the complex, and their cars are all being stacked by valets.
Correct. This is the B3 level. So probably the
so-
last level to be utilized.
And so we allow for there to be up to 3 spaces. And so these cars would need to be moved and staged someplace to get other cars. And so with the valet operations, they would be able to move those cars around in this level to access the cars.
I'd be entertain comments. I don't see any hands, but again, I think we can, oh, Commissioner Caballero, please go ahead.
I'm just thinking the compromise of removing those parking spaces behind the ADA near the loading dock makes sense. And then my next thought was, how do you police this? Because if it's 100% valet, who's going to be going down there? Because if it is full capacity, they will. You see it all the time. Valets just fill the space up. So I'm encouraged by Jake Stevens's offer that it alleviates some of the pressure, especially in the ADA and loading dock area. But I think a lot of this will be difficult to police. And when they're stressed, they likely will park wherever they need to park.
And that could happen whether or not the valet spaces are identified in the parking aisles, if they have more cars, so it would be a condition of approval. And just like all of our other things, it would be enforced if it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, Vice Chair Thomas, given the discussion that we've had, do you still want to propose that we move the project forward? Or motion that do you want us to vote on the motion that you have on the floor? It sounds like there's some wiggle room in terms of what we might be able to come to consensus on in terms of recommendations for changes we'd like to see.
I would like to
Based on what,
yes, I'd like to move forward the motion, and I'm perfectly fine with whatever conditions we want to consider.
careful what you ask for.
Right.
So Commissioners Lombardi and Caballero, I think, did a really excellent job of adding to our concerns. So if we are comfortable with amending the parking as has been recommended, or Commissioner Gregoire, please go ahead.
I just wanted to add to this discussion. My concern about the parking is that they eliminated 200 spaces. This is a valet operated facility. I'm not comfortable eliminating any more spaces. If they're having a hard time maneuvering all the cars in there, they're just going to be at capacity and they're not going to take any more cars. It seems to me they should have maximum flexibility and be permitted to have the proposed number of spaces. I'd have a different opinion if this were not valet. It wouldn't be acceptable at all if it weren't valet, but this is 100% valet. And I appreciate Jake Stevens' offer to take away 8 spaces. I just don't want to take away 8 spaces. I want to have as many cars be able to park in this facility as they can reasonably fit. So that would be my thought about it. I'll go go along with the consensus of the commission, but I think we should approve the parking as proposed at this point.
I don't disagree with that at all. The applicant offered, so I was willing to go along with that, but I actually agree with that. I think that we need as much parking as possible in that area.
I completely agree. And I think, given that the parking has been cut, and in addition to the additional reductions that the city has already approved between the time when we first saw this or in its most recent iteration and now, it seems to me it's not so much of an ask that it be parked without things being crammed in there. They're already getting a reduction. I completely agree on principle. I don't know if this is a hill we're going to die on. Commissioner Lombardi.
I agree with what I am hearing Vice Chair Thomas say and Commissioner Gregoire, but I'm also thinking that there's a feasibility of parking. So on one hand, I agree, park as many as you can fit, it's valet, but then the practicality of, I forgot that there were spots on ramps, let alone triple park spots and 2-lane areas and all of that. So I do question, if that number is a real number, regardless of the fact that the valet can, do what they do. So that's my logic too, maybe being more realistic with what the number is.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Chair, I believe that Mr. Garland is still on the line. I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask some of these questions to him about the feasibility.
I'm amenable to that.
He's here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, my general impression of all this is that when a facility is 100% valet parked, West Hollywood has historically and recently, as well as in the past, counted those spaces that are shown in dotted lines on this particular site plan. We have counted those as parking spaces in the past if it's 100% valet parking. But even if we took those away, the legitimate parking spaces still meet the code requirement for the number of parking spaces needed for this particular development. So it seems to me, go ahead.
Is that without the public benefit? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Is that without the 100 spaces given for public benefit? Is that just for the project on its own?
Just for the project on its own.
Lori, can you confirm and just weigh in a little bit? I'm not sure we're all talking off of the same page. Just confirm the parking location and count.
Parking location.
So the 550 parking spaces is required for the uses on the site, plus the 100 public benefit spaces, and those include all of the staging area and drive aisle spaces, correct?
Correct. So the Robertson Lane, just to go through everything, the Robertson Lane project requires 303 parking spaces. The Treehouse requires 114 spaces. The public benefit subsidized parking is 100. That's totaling 517 of the 550 that they have provided. So that means that there are an excess, if we're talking excess parking, of 33 spaces. So if we take away the 14 plus 3 in the drive aisle, that's 17. So that would be 33 minus 17 is 16 additional spaces. So I mean, technically there's 16 spaces to play with if we want to require that or request that 16 additional spaces that are troublesome spaces be removed, they would still meet their parking requirement.
But let's be clear that doesn't mean that all of the spaces in the drive aisle or the staging that we're talking about, if all of those spaces are removed, they do not meet their minimum requirement, correct?
They do not. There would be
the ones that were, it's the ones in question, but not all of them, just to make sure that they're being super clear about that.
Commissioner Dutta, please go ahead.
The parking spaces that are on the ramps, I I know that that was included in the staff report in the condition as staff recommending to remove those. Is that for a safety reason that they're being, and were those in fact part of that 550 total? And in theory, if they're being removed, would that then bring it down to 547, for example?
That is correct. So those 3 spaces were not, that they are included in the 550 spaces.
And the applicant noted in their staff report that they were looking for alternate places to put additional stackers to accommodate those spaces. So they would still be at 550.
But the reason for not having the spaces in those ramp areas was that, well, or what was the reason for that? I just asked.
I think that was a safety issue, that you're turning on a ramp and having a parking space there is probably not the best idea in terms of visibility and being on a curve.
Okay, so ultimately we're still at 550.
Correct.
Okay. I was just gonna say, personally, I am comfortable with the configuration as it is, given what Commissioner Carvalero said earlier about when parking is at a maximum, they're still going to use those spaces anyways. So, and to what my other commissioner said, we've already got a reduction here. I'm comfortable with keeping it the way that they are, given that this is the Valley operation, taking care of all this.
All right, I'm in a bit of a loss as to how reduced parking spaces, even, with the additional reduction afforded them by the city's changes, is a public benefit, but that's not really the purview of the commission here. So, Commissioner Thomas, unless anybody else wants to speak, and Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
I don't know why I keep double muting. Apologies. There are non-parking items I still have a few concerns on, but I don't want to shift focus away.
It sounds like Vice Chair Thomas was amenable to including additional conditions in the motion.
Okay, so one item that I'm a little bit concerned about is in Exhibit C, condition 7.13. Which makes reference to all of the plantings and that they must be live plantings. There's also a note that, or they could be approved by the director as artificial. So that one has me concerned because it makes me wonder how real that statement is, no pun intended, with the real trees and plantings. So
do you feel strongly that these be real live
I think
plantings?
it should be a clear condition, like must be live plantings or not are live plantings unless maybe later not. They should just clearly say they must be live. I may be the only one that feels that way, but I do think that that is a very convoluted statement. And it leaves open interpretation and change down the road that we will not see.
I noticed that too, Commissioner, and I felt the exact same way. I just wasn't sure if we could override such. So the fact that we both thought the same thing is worth, I guess, discussion.
I'd be inclined to support that. I mean, I don't know about the rest of the commissioners, but I would be inclined to support that as part of the amended motion.
Thank you. And immediately adjacent to it, 7.14 about the roof. That's where I think we're looking for more clarification as well in terms of a green roof and proving that that's what it is. Maybe that's direction for added clarification as opposed to changing anything on that statement.
Again, I'm going to agree with that. I had concerns about kind of the definition of a planter. I don't personally think that a planter in whatever configuration should be counted as part of a true vegetative roof. And I would be inclined to support an amended motion that included language for clarification about that.
Okay, thank you. And then there's a housekeeping item, I believe, or maybe I didn't read it in full context. Condition 8.8 seems very similar to condition 8.4. So I'm wondering if 8.8 is just deleted because 8.4 seems to be very similar but a little more extensive, unless there was a specific intent there between those two conditions. That was relating to some of the lighting requirements.
We can combine those conditions and fine tune them prior to going to City Council. Happy to do
Great,
that.
thank you for clarification.
Right.
Commissioner Lombardi, are those your additional comments?
Better definition to materiality would be helpful, I think, for City Council and for the public, because I think the plans are still a work in progress. There could be some more definition to that. Maybe that's not a condition, but a recommendation that
Okay.
be further developed.
Commissioner Caballero, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I was just thinking through sort of some of my landscape comments, and I thinking that something quantifiable that we could ask for before it goes to City Council is for the landscape plans to have a clear plan as to how they're going to be dealing with water restrictions as we move through this drought. Because what we're seeing in our projects is, landscape plans that kind of, they present as if, we're not in a drought. These areas are very lush, and knowing what's coming down the road, I think that's something I would like to see added as a condition, just for the team to respond to water restrictions and explain how their landscaping deals with that.
Not hearing any absolutely nuts on this or no's. I too would be inclined to support that condition. Commissioner Caballero.
Thank you.
So is there anything, oh, please go ahead, Vice Chair Thomas.
I'm sorry, was that a condition or a recommendation? I thought I heard both.
I would condition it to make sure that happens before it goes to City Council, so that they can respond to that comment specifically.
Jennifer, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would suggest putting that in the action versus conditions. I think it's difficult to condition a project because it's a condition of approval and you're not approving the project. So it gets a little tricky there. So what I would say is you can put it in, you can either put it in your action, or I'm just looking at, yeah, I think that would be my recommendation, Isaac, unless you have a better way to deal with that.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with Jennifer that the landscape plans with water restrictions is something that would be part of the recommendation up to City Council. Will they consider it? And I agree that it is not a condition of approval if it's for Council's review of the project. And I think if we're talking ultimately about amending the pending action, I'm sorry, if we're talking about amending the pending motion that was seconded on the floor, I think it would be helpful to clarify the recommendation regarding materiality as the commission deliberates. And then ultimately, I would suggest that the full set of requested revisions be run by Vice Chair Jones as a motion to modify what's pending on the floor, and then that's seconded. But those are just some procedural thoughts.
Thank you. And again, I do want to make sure that we articulate everything that everyone wants included, and that we feel comfortable moving forward with this. And then one of us can read it out, and then Commissioner Thomas, you can make the motion as stated, and then we can vote if everyone feels comfortable and that we've reached a point in the discussion where we feel like we've covered everything. Yes, cool. So as it's stated right now, we have, well, I'm going to do the parking last. So we have clarification on it's 7.13 Exhibit C, condition that things be live plantings and that be a non-negotiable. Exhibit C, condition 7.14 is the roof. It sounds like we want some clarification and language there. Maybe some more fleshing out of what that would look like. To combine conditions 8.8 and 8.4 as regards lighting requirements. Something specific about materiality and the materials that will be used. Commissioner Lombardi, do you want to add anything there? I just want to make sure that we're going down the list here.
On the recommendations of materiality, I just think that it would be good to have a full material palette, especially anything that's particularly public facing, be clearly defined and indicated as sort of like an overview so that everyone knows what those materials are. And I realize that there's maybe a mock-up happening too, but I think that it would be really important, given the significance of this project, that it's clearly defined. So I think that there's some flexibility with how that actually happens, but the recommendation would be to figure out a way to present it better.
Mr. Rosen, is that specific enough for the purposes of the motion?
I think it runs into the same sort of concerns Jen flagged. I'm not sure it's specific enough as a recommendation in terms of what council will consider as part of an amended motion. So I guess I'm wondering if the recommendation is that the council consider requiring a full material palette be clearly defined and indicated. But I don't want to speak for the commission or staff on what's feasible, but it sounds to me like it's within the same category as the landscape plans in terms of a recommendation that goes to the city council.
Yes, and thank you. Perhaps it is presentation of a material palette for all hardscaping elements at ground level and on the paseo, as well as architectural materials on the building facade. So that is presented, so it's clear what all of the building materials are and what all of the hardscape materials are.
We also, okay, it sounds like that would satisfy that requirement. So moving on, Commissioner Caballero had recommended that, again, this be a recommendation as part of our action, that there be a clear plan for water restrictions and drought conditions for the landscape plans.
Correct.
And then it sounds like where we came to a consensus with the parking, it's not perfect. I don't think any of us would say that it's perfect, but that we would be amenable to the applicant's willingness to remove the spaces behind the ADA spaces and also in the loading areas, I believe, on B2.
Did we have consensus on that?
I mean, that's what we're trying to find out.
I thought there might have been support for staying with the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I think some of us were inclined to keep it the way it was. Sorry, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I agree. I'm on the fence just because the applicant agreed to it. So if it satisfies the concerns of some of the commissioners and the applicant has agreed to it, although I agree with you, the applicant did agree to it, so I'm fine with including that in the motion.
I would support that as well. It's not a perfect solution, but I really don't feel comfortable having spaces block ADA spaces.
They say the best negotiation is when everybody's just a little bit unhappy.
And I believe that's everything. So as worded, unless I've missed anything, and again, Commissioners Lombardi, Commissioner Caballero, you had, I hope that adequately, sums up everything that we that we discussed?
I would ask, I think, just for some clarification on the part of the deliberation about 714, that's the roof, the vegetative roof, if there's a specific item that Planning Commission is recommending as part of their potentially amended action, if there is an amendment to the pending motion.
Commissioner Lombardi.
I can clarify in that one. I was not necessarily looking to change that condition. So perhaps it relates to the concerns about irrigation as well, just that there's more clarity and definition brought to the plans to address that condition, not to actually change the condition. So clarify how condition 7.14 is being met with calculations and details.
Mr. Rosen, does that satisfy your request?
Well, it sounds to me like it's clarification on details that's part of a recommendation up to council. Is that a fair reading of that? That the consensus may ultimately be that a recommendation to council to evaluate the vegetative roof and irrigation concerns.
Correct. That was my intent there. Condition 7.15 seems acceptable, but there's room to define better how it's being met in the plans.
So I could read into the record just the items that the commission's discussed, Chair, if that would be helpful.
Sorry, I think that would be very helpful. I also defer to Vice Chair Thomas in terms of this being part of the amended motion once they have been read out. So yes,
So
please.
yeah, I think that's right. So I'll read out what I have, and then Vice Chair can speak to the pending motion that was seconded on the floor. So the discussion as part of the deliberations on that pending motion is that 7.13 of Exhibit C be changed to ensure that the items be live plantings. That the applicant has agreed to a change in parking as stated on the record and recommended by the applicant with respect to the ADA spaces. That there be recommendations to the City Council to evaluate the vegetative roof, and specifically with regards to irrigation concerns, that there be a recommendation to the council to seek a presentation of the material palette for all hardscape elements at ground level and architectural materials for building, and that there be a recommendation to the City Council to consider possible clean water restrictions on the landscape plans, and that those be spelled out with respect to possible drought conditions.
Mr. Rosen, did your parking note include the additional spaces, not just the ADA spaces, but those in the loading area as well on that same parking level?
I defer to how the commission wants to frame that piece of it, but that's the running list I have. And I think all of those, and then if there's a clear decision on the parking in terms of what the applicant requested.
So to clarify, the applicant offered to remove the spaces behind the ADA spaces, and I believe also in the loading area at the top of that floor, for a total of what I believe is 16 or 17 spaces. Lori, is that correct?
17 spaces.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Jay. Okay.
The only thing that was missing in that recap, and I'm not sure if we need to include it, is the consolidating 8.4 and 8.8, or is that just, is that included or no?
I had missed that, Vice Chair, as sort of the running list. So consolidating conditions of approval 8.8 and 8.4 within Exhibit C.
Yes. Or
Okay, I believe that's everything.
So I would ask whether the Vice Chair is amenable to amending the current motion on the floor to incorporate those items. And then I would ask for a second on the amended motion procedurally, if that's the case.
she is amenable.
As the original seconder, I will second again.
Fantastic. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. It sounds like we're prepared to call the vote. David, can you go ahead and call the vote?
I'm sorry, Chair, one item. I just want to make sure with staff for those conditions read into the record that everything is clear as they move this up to City Council before we take the vote.
Yes, everything is
Okay.
clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. There is no appeal process. These are all recommendations to the City Council.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Dada, I believe this is the time when we bid you adieu. You will be missed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck. And yes, I will adjourn. I will excuse myself here. Thank you very much.
A valiant last motion. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Vice Chair Thomas, I'm actually going to recommend that we take a quick, can we take a quick break? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
People probably want to, yeah. So why don't we, what do people feel comfortable? 7 minutes, is that enough?
Sure.
Cool. Okay. Commissioner Thomas, Vice Chair Thomas, did you want to say something or was it just to ask for a break?
No, I didn't have anything.
Okay. Okay. So let's take a break. It's currently, let's just say for all intents and purposes, it's 9:42. Let's just reconvene here at 9:50 p.m. and we will move to our next item, 10B. All right, looks like we're all back at the lab, if I'm not mistaken. Is there anybody else we're waiting on? One, two, three, four, five. Yep, that's right. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and reconvene the meeting. We're gonna move along to item 10B. This is 1201 to 1207 Detroit Street. This is a public hearing to consider a request to construct a new 5-story, 48-unit, 100% affordable multifamily residential building over a 1-level subterranean parking garage. I will go ahead and turn this over to Derek for our presentation this evening.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Commission, and members of the public. My name is Derek Purification, Associate Planner for the City of West Hollywood. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, is everyone able to see that? Yeah, good.
Yes.
Thank you. So the proposed project is a request to construct a 5-story, 48-unit, 100% affordable multifamily residential building over 1 level of subterranean parking located at 1201 to 1207 North Detroit Street. The subject site is made up of 2 separate vacant parcels that will be approximately 13,500 square feet once the lots are merged. The site is located on the northwest corner of Detroit Street and Lexington Avenue and zoned R3C, which is a multifamily medium density zone. The property is surrounded by other residential uses with nearby public transit, parks, and neighborhood serving businesses. The site planning of the project includes vehicular access to the 21-car subterranean parking garage, which can be seen here. It's located at the southwest corner of the property. The on-site manager's unit is fronting Lexington Avenue, which is this unit here. The community room and social services office is fronting Detroit Street. And the publicly accessible common open space is located at the southeast corner, as well as the main entrance. The pedestrian entrance is also located here at the southeast corner. The residential building includes 47 studio units ranging from 405 to 447 square feet. There's also one two-bedroom manager's unit, which is about 840 square feet. The second, third, and fourth floor plans are very similar in that the second floor consists of 12 studio units with one central laundry room. And you'll see here on the third floor, it also has 12 studio units, but in the center, it's a office for social services. The fourth floor is very similar, although it only has 12 studio units with a common open space. Here, it's a community garden on the southeast corner. It also has central laundry. And lastly, on the fifth floor, it contains 8 studio units, a computer lab, a lounge, and 2 common open space areas, one facing Lexington and the other one facing Detroit. And I'll quickly go through the elevations real quick, just for visual purposes, but I'll let the applicant kind of get into more of the design details. Here is shown the south elevation. This is fronting Lexington Avenue. The east is what faces Detroit Street. The west is, the west elevation. And lastly, the north elevation. So under normal density calculations, the site would permit a base density of 12 units. However, pursuant to local and state density bonus rules, there shall be no maximum limit to the number of units allowed for 100% affordable housing developments, exclusive of manager unit and within half a mile of a major transit stop. The project itself is providing a total of 48 residential units, all of which are 100% affordable. Other density bonus incentives include no requirement for parking and eligibility for a height increase for up to 3 additional stories and 33 feet height, additional height, I should say. The applicant is proposing 1 additional story for a total of 5 and 21 parking spaces, which is less than what the project normally would be. A project of this size would typically require a total of 59 parking spaces. And pursuant to West Hollywood Municipal Code Section 19.22.050E, projects that contain 100% affordable housing units are eligible for 4 concessions. These are generally defined as reductions in site development standards or modifications to the zoning code requirements. And the applicant is requesting 3 concessions. The first one is a waiver of all private open space requirements. Number 2 is a reduction in the portion of common open space required to be located at grade. And 3 is the reduction of lockable storage areas. So in addition to those concessions, California Government Code Section 65915E, an applicant may request a waiver or reduction of any development standards that would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of the project at the density or with the incentives permitted under the statute. So the applicant has requested 4 waivers for this project. The first one is a reduction in the front yard setback. The second is a waiver from the required 6-foot additional front yard setback and for the second and upper stories. The third is a reduction in the rear yard setback. And the fourth is a waiver from providing a private entry of a unit into the facade. So in conclusion, staff has analyzed the proposed project and determined that it's categorically exempt from provisions of CEQA pursuant to section 15332 for infill development projects. The project qualifies for a density bonus, incentives, concessions, and waivers for providing 100% affordable units. And it's also a qualifying Housing Accountability Act project. Overall, staff supports the project and recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project request, subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the draft resolution. So this basically concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions if needed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Derek. Do we have any questions for staff at this time? Looks like not. Okay. I would like to ask, I guess, Commissioner Lombardi, again, are you our lucky winner to give a quick design review subcommittee overview?
Sure, of course. And I have more notes readily available for this one, so I can provide a little bit more detail one moment here. Okay, so during the design review subcommittee meeting that we had overall, I think that everyone was quite pleased with the design as presented, commented on the elegance of the project. We had a pretty lengthy discussion that was very engaging. We talked about a lot of things. One in particular was the performance of the resin paneling that you see on the facade. There was a note that those panels could be removable for maintenance should that be needed, although obviously there's some complications to arranging that. The stacked box idea was very much liked. There was a question about the size and scale of the mullions is illustrated on the window paneling and the placement of the windows, stacked horizontal versus vertical on the east elevation. We liked the bronze panels and how they may read against the wood panels on the facade versus a black finish to those panels. And then also looked at, there was a note to maybe consider using planters and trellising of landscape elements. The renderings at the time showed a cross trellis binding at the northeast corner at ground level, which I think has been revised now. So you don't see that cross trellis sort of binding at this time. Now it's more typical planting trellising. That was a comment. Let's see, we looked at potentially reducing the amount of pavers and native soil in the corner of the garden. Some of the sort of Y shape of the hardscaping in that area, and if there were ways to maximize native soil. There's a question about the address number and where that would go, potentially having a Lexington address and just sort of identifying the property. So that was a question that was part of the discussion. And then, let's see, move planting north closer to the community room was another note on landscaping. And if that would maybe have a larger area for the community garden. There's a question about some of the deciduous trees, desire for more evergreens. And then there was some discussion about artwork and public art component, if it were located on the stair column, which was one idea that was discussed, that it would need to be the correct kind of artwork. So that was just a note as that advances. Larger windows on the west elevation could maybe also increase on the north elevation where there's less solar heat gain. There's also a note about more built-in furniture on the upper level outdoor terraces, encouraging more pollinators in terms of planting at the upper floors and landscaping. And then we looked at the idea of a pergola at the north and maybe even southeast outdoor areas on the upper terraces. And then there was a comment about the interior spaces when you first enter where there's not as much daylight, and ensuring that those areas don't feel almost like gritty. So how that could be addressed with lighting to make sure that it feels bright and cheerful. More storage in units was also a topic of discussion. We also looked at where the laundry was located programmatically with the alternating floors. And then also at the top, the computer lab, looking if that could be opened up. Let's see here. And actually potentially knocking out that wall into the lounge.
Did Commissioner Lombardi freeze for anybody else?
Oh no.
Commissioner Lombardi, I think you may have faded out there near the end. I wasn't sure if it was a pregnant pause, but I think it was maybe the last like 45 seconds.
Oof, okay. Could you let me know where it was left off? Last thing you heard.
Community room, wall being knocked
Community
down.
room. So we looked at the computer lab and the adjacent lounge and the potential flexibility of those.
Commissioner Lombardi, might want to take a pause and have you sign out and sign back in, possibly. It could easily be one of us. Okay, I think he's coming back. I mean, here's hoping. Before, well, I don't want to conduct business without him being on. I'll wait. I was going to do disclosures next, but we can wait until he comes back. Someone has their hand raised. That's a member of the public. There he is.
I am so sorry.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, as if it was not already a late night. So there were some comments about the computer lab and the lounge space, but I was saying in conclusion, we were really pleased with the project. And I hope you can hear me now, but we really liked the project. So we got to get into a lot of details on this one.
Great, thank you very much for that very comprehensive report. Really appreciate it, especially given how short notice you had. Disclosures, do we have any disclosures? It looks like not, I do not. All right, so with that, I will turn this over to the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes. Also would like to thank you for your patience during that very long first hearing. Thank you for being patient. And happy to hand the mic over to you.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Don, can you put up the slides?
Can everybody see the slide?
Yes, we can. So thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Derek, for that great introduction. I'm Steve Spielberg with EH Housing, and tonight we're here to present to you 100% affordable housing development at 1201 and 1207 Detroit Street. Next slide, please. You may recall that we were just here a few months ago to ask for approval for our first affordable housing community here in West Hollywood. So tonight we're very excited to present what we hope to be our second development for this community. Next slide. And for this project, we've partnered with DE Architects, who will be doing most of the speaking tonight. Next slide. I just want to give you a quick recap of who we are before I turn it over to our architect. EAH is a 54-year-old nonprofit affordable housing developer and property manager. We manage all of our own properties, and we've never sold a building in our 54-year history. So from the initial planning stages through long-term operations, we strive to fit in seamlessly and become great neighbors. I'll now turn it over to Don Pakaris of DE Architects, who will walk you through the project.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners. I'd like to kind of briefly introduce the project. Derek did a great job presenting it. I think the most important thing is to recognize that sometimes when you're doing a TOC project that has no density, there's more pressure on you than doing something that has a lot of limitations. In this case, it was how to get the maximum number of affordable units on a small site, at the same time respecting the fact that it's a big part of a community. It has to belong and scale somehow and also provide something back for the community. So what we did was we went to create a corner that was meant to be a publicly accessible space for the community. What's really important when we were studying this, we were working with the landscape architects KSA, who did the Formosa Pocket Park, as well as the Havenhurst Pocket Park, so they're familiar with West Hollywood. But what we didn't want to do was provide any gates on this project. And I know there's an issue with homelessness. So the whole goal was how to design this open space and so it's secure, safe, and yet inviting to everybody on the whole bit. So that was part of the project challenges. We took out a curb cut. We are adding more cars on the street than there were. We have one space that's near the driveway that's a flexible space for ride share pickup, as well as being used for the staging area for the trash that comes out of the building. And then the reason that the pocket park works is because we did a very efficient parking garage. And so that whole area is completely open. It's all on grade. And so we can actually plant mature vegetation, and it's going to grow into a really nice park, hopefully in the next few years. Okay, next one. So again, it's a very well-developed design, and I think we have Allison Davies from KSA here. She was on earlier. I hope she hasn't had technical difficulties, but I'll introduce her later, and hopefully she'll be able to explain some of the things. If not, I'll be able to fill in some of the stuff. But going to the next one. So basically, the whole idea was how to lay these units out in a way that created spaces that we have a light well in the middle. We have open corridors to get cross ventilation through. We grouped the units into 2 units to get as many opportunities to put windows for cross ventilation on 2 different sides. And then the other thing, we don't have balconies on this project, but I've done a lot of homeless veterans projects, and one of the issues always is the fact that there's post-traumatic PTSD issues, and if they have a place that they don't want to leave, they'll never leave the space. And so the goal was to create a lot of outdoor spaces to allow them to meet other people, socialize, and create a variety of spaces for both introverts and extroverts, so that they would chance. That's part of the healing of the program as well. So going to the next one. So really, when we get to the 4th floor, we started stepping the building back so we could respect the neighborhood. And then the next one is the 5th floor. We have the 2 decks. So the idea was to really reduce the scale of this building against the adjacent buildings. Next slide, please. So our roof, what we try to do is create as many opportunities for solar zone on the roof for a maximum fit. And when we did another project, we sort of have a trick. We have small units with small condensers. So we can mount condensers on parapet walls, which reduces the amount of space required and frees up a lot of roof for the solar panels. So basically, as you can see, this is our concept diagram, how the building was split apart, how it was created. And then the secondary layer was how to break up the facade. And what we did, the metaphor for the building is weaving. We're weaving disenfranchised lives back to the mainstream society. We're trying to do, and so we took that metaphor into the physical scale of the building as well to break down the mass. Next one. And so we did a lot of solar studies to make sure we didn't impact adjacent neighbors on the scale of the building. As you can see, we have very little shadow impact even on the adjacent building and at any time of the year. And the next one also, this addresses one of the comments that Commissioner Lombardi brought up. We were asked to look at the opportunity to put some pergolas up on the different roof areas. We had a concern about the pergola because the moment you put something in, it really limits the usable area. We showed a little diagram on the bottom left there, but the solar study showed that we have a lot of different opportunities. We have sunlight in some decks, we have shadows in other decks. It changes throughout the day. It's almost like a chameleon. You can move around the building and find the place you want. You want to be in shadow, you want to be in sun. And so we think that's really important. So we'd rather keep everything open and have the variety of spaces instead. I'll go next one. So basically this is walking down Detroit. And again, it's some subtle gestures, the way the units just weave. The phenolic resin panels are actually a very durable panel. It's something that it's easy to clean, they're easy to wash. It's a rain screen system, and we've had very, very good luck with it. And playing off it's sort of off-white color with the walnut, we think it's a very nice combination. And you can see Detroit's going to have the trees in the parkway, so it's really going to be a nice effect, pedestrian scale. We feel it scales down to the building that's next to it. Next one, please. So this again, the corner where you can see the park opening up in the corner. Again, this is the corner view with the park. And really the whole idea was to use trees, a palette of materials that would create transparency. And we're working with KGM architectural lighting to actually light the park, light the building. So it adds another layer of security. So we don't have to gate things off. Next one.
You have 3 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. And then the next corner right here. And then this is the view from Lexington. That's the green wall that was potential art wall that we talked about. The next one here. And then we have the entrance defined by a little trellis right there and a pergola to show the cars that lead them in. Next one. These are the windows we were asked to add. On the north facade, we added additional windows. And then the next one. And so the unit plans, we try to create a variety of use, so they're flexible, but they have storage inside. They have flexible storage used for different uses. We have a built-in desk. We have 2 different types of closet spaces, and 50% of our units have to meet federal standards for disabled, which is much more stringent than California standards. All our units are adaptable. I'll go to the next one. So here's the landscape. And Allison, are you on the call? Okay, maybe she's technical difficulties. So let me explain, go to the next one here for the corner park then. So at the time, as Commissioner Lombardi mentioned, there were some concerns about too much paving and everything and not taking advantage of the opportunity to have a very, very lush space. So we had landscape architects that pushed the park sort of back away from the building and created a sort of promenade through the middle and then along the edges. So the whole area inside, and there's a dry creek bed right in that area. So that it's meant for the community to be able to walk in there, people to come through. It's not a gathering space. It's meant to really be walk through and enjoy it. And as you're walking along the street, really enjoy seeing it as a backdrop space. And then at the other levels, we have a different use for each of the terraces. And we give them different names, like a social healing garden, the fragrance garden. The community garden is a place where it's in sun all the time. So we basically accept the fact that people are going to use different areas. There's a little space in the middle there that's for 2 people to sit right in that zone on each floor. So the idea is we hope that people can connect, meet, share stories, and be part of their healing process. And we're here to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you. Does anyone on, okay, yes, we will ask you questions after public comment and rebuttal. Thank you very much. David, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, we do, Chair. I have one public speaker that is signed up, and I'll read into the record. Dan Morin of West Hollywood supports this project. He was unable to make it tonight. First, if there's anybody on the platform that would like to speak on the Zoom platform, just use the raised hand feature. If you're calling in from a phone, hit *9 for me, and that'll let me know you'd like to speak on this item, and we'll give you 3 minutes. It looks like right now our first and only speaker will be Michael Wolkowicz. Michael, go ahead and unmute yourself, *6, and you have 3 minutes.
Late evening, again, Michael Wojtkiewicz. When a prepared staff report would begin with such a comical blunder by start of its third page, where the aerial view of project site lists the western edge of the Ralph's Grocery Market as being Plumber Park, one is going to need an even larger eye to carefully examine what city staff has assembled. So let's dig in for a deeper dive. First, given the time we are confronted where there's not only a statewide water emergency, but a much larger growing crisis dubbed a mega drought, affecting the western half of the U.S. where our water is mainly sourced, it is obvious this project will affect a water system already severely taxed. Second, given the report states existence of city records indicating that prior rent-stabilized units were not withdrawn from the rental market before demolition and therefore are still subject to the rent-stabilized ordinance, thus a requirement for replacement by either the same number of rent-stabilized units or those income-restricted affordable, it is well beyond time to dispel the city-authored falsehood, which equates rent-stabilized units as somehow the same as income-restricted affordable units. Again, this false equivalency is something the city knows, and so should planning, but neither seem to think better to not allow such spread of misinformation. Rent-stabilized units offer certain tenant protections which benefit the renter and not the landlord. Income-restricted properties do not, period. Third, one is left to wonder where the 1,088 square foot community garden at the southwest corner of the ground floor is actually found. According to plans, the southwest corner of the ground floor is where the driveway into subterranean garage exists. Other lowlights? Common open space areas throughout the property do not meet the required minimum dimensions. Project does not provide private open space for the individual units with the exception of four on the ground floor. And then there are the requested concessions which affect those housed in much smaller spaces. Waiver of private open space, reduction in portion of common open space required at grade or level of first habitable floor, a reduction in size of the lockable storageable areas for each unit from 100 cubic feet to only 20 cubic feet. Has not the past 2 years of COVID-19 taught West Hollywood and its planning staff anything? And then speaking of size, proposed average unit is only 425 square feet, even though the per unit cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000 and $800,000. Again, per unit. This comes close to a $2,000 per square foot cost. This is affordable housing in name only. It is yet another example of profitable housing for those within the development industry, which the city of West Hollywood has mastered. Unless this addresses those unhoused, the Planning Commission should deny approval.
And thank you, Michael. And Chair.
Any other comments, David? I think you're muted.
There are no other speakers, Chair.
Great, thank you. With that, we will move into the applicant's rebuttal. You'll have 5 minutes. Should you wish to use all of that time, please go ahead.
Well, I mean, the only thing I'm going to say is that we're trying to provide a very, very quality housing development and using alternative methods of providing spaces. We feel after the pandemic, people need to have a lot of open spaces of different types, and this is what this project's providing. And it's meant to house homeless people and very low income people. And so we think we're providing a good project, and we've also, I think we've been very respectful to the neighborhood by how we've treated the corner and as well as stepping the building. So we feel we've providing a very quality project.
Yeah, I will second that and agree with Don's comments. And I guess I laughed when I heard that the the reference to the profits that we're making, we are a nonprofit, mission-driven organization. Yes, affordable housing has gotten very expensive, almost embarrassingly expensive. Some of the reasons for that are expensive land, subterranean parking, expensive design. We have a mission to provide affordable housing where it's needed. If we were to just drop unattractive boxes in South LA with no parking, we could develop it a lot cheaper. We also pay prevailing wage, and as Don mentioned, accessibility features, sustainability features, a lot of things that do add up. And this is designed for this community, not to make windfall profits.
Great. You're welcome to have the rest of the time, but if you don't need it, we can
Well,
move on.
I guess I can add that we know our population too, and there will be homeless and low-income folks living here. We do all of our own property management. So the design, the amount of storage, really everything is designed in respect to the folks that we know will be living here. So we haven't cut any corners in those regards.
Great, thank you very much. Does anyone on commission have questions for the applicant at this time? Oh, Commissioner Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one question and it's partially been answered. I was going to ask about the supportive housing. I wanted to know what demographic the supportive housing was for, and that's been answered. It's for our unhoused population. But my other two questions are how many units are specifically for our unhoused residents, and what programming will be on site that is specific to their needs?
So the total number of units is 48, and there will be one resident manager. 24 of the units will be reserved for special needs homeless folks, and the other
24 units.
Sorry? And the other 23 will be low-income residents and employees of the city of West Hollywood. As far as programming, we will be working, we will have full-time case management 40 hours a week at a 1-to-20 ratio for the homeless folks. I don't know the exact ratio for the general low-income residents, but there will be case management available to everyone living at the property. One thing that I think that EAH in particular does a very good job at is we'll work with a local third-party nonprofit service provider for the intensive case management, but we also have our own services personnel and do our own property management. So we really coordinate well. Our goal is to keep people housed and help them thrive in their new housing.
And what, I guess, what vendor or what social services organization will you be working with to identify the unhoused who can segue into this housing?
I have to admit, I don't remember off the top of my head what we have.
I can answer that. It's
Thank you,
St. Joseph Center.
And
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
St. Joseph Center. And I could add to that we have a very successfully operating project with St. Joseph Center right now that is very similar. 50 units where half of the units are supportive housing and the other half are general low income.
That's all I had, Chair.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Clicking, I'm looking, it looks like not. Okay. All right. With that being said, we can close the public comment portion of the hearing and move into deliberation. Are we able to move the presentation off the screen? So I can, thank you, so I can see everyone. All right, so comments, questions, concerns, motions? Commissioner Caballero, I saw your hand first.
Yeah, I mean, like Commissioner Lombardi said, this project was very well received at design review. We were all very excited, and just personally, I think this is going to be a tremendous addition to that neighborhood. How the building is so well crafted, it's so well thought out. The conversations that we had were depthful and intelligent. You know, I like the philosophy behind the open spaces. Every time that we asked for, you know, like the trellis, for instance, there was a very specific reason as to why they didn't want to do that, because it did have social implications. And just the whole thought process through the whole project, I think, is really, really commendable. They responded to, you know, our concerns on the east side of the building when they're doing board form concrete now, which I think is more appropriate. They responded to our comments about the front courtyard. I mean, I'd like to make a motion to approve this project based on, you know, per the staff report, because I just am very excited about this project. And that doesn't, and I don't mean to preclude anybody's comments, but I just want to put it out there.
And I will second it.
Does anyone else have any additional comments? Commissioner or Vice Chair Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. I really like this project a lot. I think that's a lot of careful consideration about a lot of things. I love that it's, you know, transit oriented. A fragrance garden. I love that. I love that it made considerations for people, for different types of people, introverts and extroverts. That it's got a computer lab and the lounge, the way they're configured, the community rooms. I think it's just a really, really great project. My frustration comes from the fact that we haven't had a lot of affordable housing units come before us, but the ones that have, made the same notes for each one. One, I'm not a huge fan of this project has more common space on the ground floor than some of the other projects, but considering the fact that half of the residents are special needs, it concerns me that people have to go to other floors for common space. So I'm not a huge fan of that. And I love that there are 48 units. We desperately need housing. We desperately need affordable housing. So I'm a huge fan of that. But the fact that they're all studios, you know, low income families need housing too. And people who are aging in place, they need 2 bedrooms, they have a caregiver. And so when we're building affordable housing, I would just really like to see more 2 bedroom units, because I think there are a lot of people who are being left out of this because they need a second bedroom. They can't live in a studio. So you know, I can't do anything about it for this project, but I do think it's worth saying that I would really like to see more affordable housing and have 2 bedrooms. So other than that, I think it's a really, really great project. Really good work, great work by the subcommittee. So just want to say that. Might just go by there just to see this fragrance garden, because I'm super excited about that for some reason. But I am inclined to approve the project.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Lombardi, any comments?
I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said by other commissioners. But as Commissioner Caballero said, yeah, it was very well received, and I would support everything that he said. I think it's quite a nice project. Interesting comment about, you know, having some more family-oriented affordable housing. I do wish, you know, thinking about that now, that could be incorporated. But that said, I do think that this project will be a very successful one, and the outdoor corner park in particular is unique, and I really like that.
Great. Oh, Commissioner Gregoire, please go.
Yeah, I obviously seconded the motion. I support the project. I didn't have a lot of questions to ask because we already had a lot of those questions answered in connection with the Martel project a few months ago. we had a public speaker who talked about the high cost of building affordable housing. I have to say, I hear what he says. I'm very conflicted about that. What the applicant said, we could put a box in some lower price neighborhood, but I agree. This project is appropriate for where it's located in the community, and I wholeheartedly support it. I wish we could have twice as many units on this site. The more affordable housing we can build, the better. There's such a tremendous need here in the greater Los Angeles area. And there's a big need in our own West Hollywood community too. So I support staff's recommendation and will be voting yes.
Great, thank you. I don't have anything substantive to add. I will just say, and I've said this before, that sometimes you don't always get to vote your conscience on projects, because how you feel about something and how, the parameters of the law under which you are able to make your decision or vote are sometimes at odds with one another. And I fully support this project, and it's very easy for me to say yes. So with that, it sounds like we have come to the conclusion of the deliberation portion of the hearing. If everyone is comfortable, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. If everyone's comfortable, we can go ahead and have David call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lombardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the motion passes by unanimous vote, however, noting Commissioner Dutta recused on this item. And we do have an appeal process. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from the state to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal information about appeal forms.
Thank you, David. Moving right along. Item 11, new business, there is none. Item 12, unfinished business, there is none. Oh.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Did you want to make a comment about something?
Yeah, is that the end of the public Q&A portion? I had a lot to say about that. I've been on the phone here for 4 hours waiting.
I'm so sorry. The public comment portion of the last item is closed. You can speak during. I'm sorry. There is another public comment if you'd like to give a comment at that time. It's just 2 items away.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Item 13 is excluded consent calendar. There is none. Item 14A is items from staff. Planning manager's update. Jennifer, what do you have for us?
Okay, good evening. The next meeting we have on our calendar is June 16th. It will be virtual on the Zoom platform. We have 2 zone text amendments coming to you for recommendation. One is for off-site consumption of alcohol with takeout to allow restaurants to have alcohol takeout as we have had during the pandemic. And the second one is to eliminate outdoor dining parking requirements. Again, trying to bring permanent regulations in line with the regulations that we had during the pandemic. So those are 2 to look forward to. On July 7th, we will, as of right now, be back in the council chambers. We have 2 items on the agenda for that evening. One is a subdivision and one is a mixed use project at 8500 Santa Monica Boulevard. And I will go through the upcoming subcommittee meetings now. Get there. Our next design review subcommittee meeting is on June 9th. That is next week. And it is about 1317 Crescent Heights Boulevard, which is a 90-unit apartment building. And the following, that is on the Zoom platform. It is virtual. And then the following meeting on June 23rd, we will look once again at 8850 Sunset Boulevard. And 948 to 954 San Vicente Boulevard, which is a 24-unit multifamily residential development. That will be virtual as well, and it will be on the Zoom platform. The July meetings, as of right now, will be in person, but we do not yet have items scheduled for those meetings. We do not have anything moving forward on the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee. The last scheduled meeting for that subcommittee is June 9th, and that one has been canceled. And so the commission will decide at an upcoming meeting whether to dedicate additional meetings to that subcommittee. And finally, the Long Range Planning Project Subcommittee has the next meeting on June 16th. It is virtual on the Zoom platform. It will be a zone text amendment for the prohibition of new fossil fuel stations, service stations. And then the following is July 21st. And that one, as of right now, will be in person. On July 21st, we will look at some zoning ordinance cleanup language regarding extended hours business license versus minor conditional use permit, and about and cleanup on language regarding accessory dwelling units. And with that, that's all of our upcoming meetings. And I missed Commissioner Dutta before he left, but I just wanted to wish him farewell as well. And hopefully our paths will cross in the future. I have also not met him in person. But I would also like to let him know, if he's watching, that we have some openings in the planning department if he wants to pursue his dream job of being a city planner, and also wish everybody a happy Pride Month. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Can you just repeat the next long range meeting date, please?
Yes, I can. Just 1 second. The next long range subcommittee meeting date is June 16th.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great. So moving along, item 15 is public comment. And again, Mr. Bellido, so sorry if we missed you earlier. I know that being on these meetings can be wonky, and appreciate your patience. David, do we have any other public speakers at this time?
No one requested to be a speaker during this public comment section. If there is anybody left on the platform with us, just use the raise hand feature to let me know you'd like to speak, or if you're calling in, hit *9 for me, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Great. It looks like Michael Wikolevich would like to speak, but I would like to give Mr. Bellido the floor, if that's okay, just given that he had been waiting.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, please.
Hi, thank you so much. Sorry for my misunderstanding protocol, if that's what happens my first time attending a meeting like this, but thank you for allowing us to sit in and to speak. I'm a resident of 1211 North Detroit Street, the property that shares a border with the property in question. I had prepared a whole summary of suggestions and questions for tonight's meeting, but then after listening to the presentation and then the council's reaction, I'm going in a completely different direction. You want to place homeless people on my block? Have any of you spent 5 minutes on the corner of Detroit and Lexington in the past 2 years? We have an absolute epidemic of homeless people and crime right here where I live. A simple phone call to West Hollywood Sheriffs will authenticate that for you. I am, frankly, you won't find a more compassionate, empathetic soul about the homeless problem than you will with me. It's my pet issue. And yet you want to attract homeless people to a place where we're already suffering. This has been out of control since 1917, since they raised the 2017, I believe it was, when they raised the property that has now cleared the way for this, what is now the community garden. And I had no idea this was going to be for partial homeless. there's the way things look on a happy, family-friendly brochure and a prospectus and a TV commercial, then there's the reality on the ground. Let me tell you, if you spend more than 5 minutes here, you will see at least one schizophrenic having a breakdown. This has become a daily occurrence here. If you put a homeless place like this here, you had better budget for some major security, because we already have security problems here. Our building has been nothing but broken into. I have had to remove people physically from our building. We have elderly people here, children, infants, one person suffering from dementia, and the cops are here all the time. God bless them. And yet I'm very empathetic for the homeless people, but since they put up the pot dispensaries, the pot restaurant, all this stuff right by Target Gateway, it's just a crazy house here. You guys have to take this into consideration before it goes to City Council to vote on just vaguely political correct notions of niceness in some overarching narrative of a housing crisis. This is going to be crack needles and human feces in that front garden. Guaranteed. You guys have to revisit this. Now, originally, I was going to call to ask questions about what the construction for 3 years will do for people like me who are exactly 6 feet from the edge of the property to my kitchen window. I don't know what protocols are in place for that, but I'm speechless. Really, you need to redress this. You can't just say, okay, it sounds great because it's homeless, we forward the motion. This is a mistake. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. And our last public speaker, it looks like, will be Michael. Michael, go ahead, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. It's Michael Wojtkiewicz again. And I first want to acknowledge that you don't need to give me this public comment time, given that I did it in the first round. But I ask you, hear me out. It's really unfortunate that the previous speaker had to wait 4 hours, just like I did, to speak on this item, but where I was called upon, he was not. Secondly, like the previous caller, I too did not know this was targeting homeless, whether 100% or 50%. What I was led to believe was it was going to be slated for senior housing, but when I started to mow over the plans and understand how small the units are, I started to think this actually may be for those unhoused. And given that that is the case, I'm going to use the developer's word, how embarrassing it is that the developer, the architect, and planning commission staff and city staff was too ashamed to include the fact that this was going to target a homeless population. Lastly, on a professional note, and again, given how proud everyone is of the plan, it is a shame that there was no clear definition for what the term sensory means, given that it is repeatedly used for one singular unit per floor. Although I know what the term alludes, there is doubt in my mind many in the general public do not. And while I also know what the other term of mobility implies, which is garnered to certain units on certain floors, I know firsthand the failure of too many units approved by West Hollywood in recent years, which fail miserably in meeting the definition. Lastly, I really want to commend the commissioner who spoke about more than a one-bedroom unit, or a studio is incapable of even having a one-bedroom unit. It's unfortunate that back in 2014, the city didn't give money to extend the covenant that was at the Crescent apartment building, which had, I believe, 28 affordable units under a 30-year covenant, multiple bedrooms. Instead, they gave that money to the West Hollywood Community Housing Corp so they could build the Blue Hibiscus, 22 units. 11 prior units on that site were removed. So if you take the 11 there, the 26 or the 28 over at the Crescent, there was a negative of 39 units in order to do 22 units. This is what the city is doing. They claim that they're building a surplus, but they're actually taking away. And the Crescent also had units that came under rent control, which again gives certain protections to the residents.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. David, we don't have any more public speakers at this time.
No, I'm not showing anybody requesting to speak on any for this item.
Great, thank you. Item 16 is items from commissioners. Item 16A is commissioner comments. Would anyone like to make a comment? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to say how sad I am to hear that Rachel Diamond left. She was always so thorough with her staff presentations. She's so smart. It's a loss. I'm excited that she's going to Compton. I can totally see her doing great work there. Congratulations, Rachel. I'm sorry to see you go. Yeah, hope our paths cross again in the future.
Anyone else? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the public who sent in letters and called on these two projects. We received a lot of letters over the projects, and I just want to say that it's because we have an active and engaged community that shows up and helps us make these decisions. And I just wanted to thank the residents, the public, for sharing their thoughts on these projects. And that was it. Well, happy Pride too to everyone.
Any other comments? I'm going to just say first, happy Pride, everyone. It's going to be a little different this year, but West Hollywood is having an event, especially the parade on Sunday, which I encourage you to attend. I will see you there. I hope to see you there. I also want to wish Rachel Diamond well. I was not aware of her departure until today, and wish her all the best and have enjoyed working with her these past few years. I also just want to note for posterity, because we really do endeavor to hear everyone's comments. We can't do our job without you. I know virtual meetings are frustrating. There is a raise hand feature, Mr. Bellido, and I'm very sorry if that wasn't clear. Certainly did not intentionally omit you. And just for the record, also, the reason that we had the Robertson Lane hearing first is because Commissioner Dutta needed to recuse himself from item 10B. So we did it in the order as it was presented on the agenda. So thank you very much for coming. And we do appreciate your comments very much. And I hope that this will not deter you from coming back again. If no one else has any comments, I think we can go ahead and call this meeting to a close. Subcommittee management, is there anything anyone needs to note before I do that? As regards any kind of recusals or not going to be in attendance? Going to take that as a no. And with that, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. We will be adjourning to a regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, June 16th. That will be a virtual meeting at 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much for attending tonight and for your patience, everyone. Have a great rest of your week and have a great Pride weekend. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.